Across our planet and even beyond it, discoveries have surfaced that rewrite what we thought we knew about history, science, and the natural world. Some were uncovered in the frozen isolation of Antarctica, others in the dust of forgotten tombs or deep beneath alien skies. They range from breathtaking feats of ancient craftsmanship to eerie scientific anomalies that still defy explanation. Each one carries its own story, some proven, some disputed, all impossible to ignore. Tonight, we'll wander through these mysteries together, exploring the moments when explorers, scientists, and ordinary people stumbled upon something that stopped them in their tracks. Whether it's the staggering scale of an ancient army carved in clay, the sudden realization that a modern war was waged against giant birds, or the quiet shock of finding methane lakes on a distant moon, these stories pull us into a world where the line between fact and legend feels dangerously thin. So settle in, let your mind drift, and allow these discoveries that shocked the world to unfold, one by one. Beneath the endless expanse of Antarctica's ice sheet lies a world that almost no one has seen with their own eyes. For centuries, this continent remained the ultimate blank spot on our maps. Its mountains, valleys, and hidden formations buried under layers of ice that, in some places, reach more than 2 miles thick. Yet, in recent years, satellite imagery and remote sensing technologies have pulled back the curtain just enough to reveal glimpses of something unexpected. Formations that appear to rise in geometric precision, their angles and symmetry calling to mind the pyramids of Egypt or Mesoamerica. The mere suggestion that such shapes might exist in one of the most remote, inhospitable places on Earth was enough to ignite a wave of curiosity and speculation. The most widely discussed of these formations lies in the Ellsworth Mountains, a rugged chain that pierces through the ice and stands as one of the few exposed features of the continent. Here, the snow and ice are sculpted by relentless katabatic winds, gales that can race downhill at hurricane force. These winds scour the surfaces, sometimes revealing bedrock and ancient ice layers, and, in rare cases, exposing shapes that seem to defy their natural origins. From above, one of these formations appears as a near-perfect three-sided pyramid, each face smooth in contour, converging toward a sharp apex. It is massive, its sides stretching hundreds of feet, yet so symmetrical that even seasoned geologists paused at the sight. The first wave of public fascination came not from an expedition team's announcement, but from the images themselves. Several were captured by the Advanced Spaceborne Thermal Emission and Reflection Radiometer, known as ASTER, aboard NASA's Terra satellite. Once these images circulated online, they were picked apart in forums, news reports, and documentaries. Some observers were quick to dismiss them as natural nunataks, the peaks of mountains protruding through the ice. Others, however, could not shake the impression that these were intentionally shaped structures, their precision too deliberate to be the product of wind and erosion alone. While Antarctica was officially discovered only in the early 19th century, it has featured in speculative maps for centuries before that. The 16th century Papyri race map, the 17th century Orontius Finaeus map, and other early cartographic works appear to depict a southern continent free from ice. Whether these were works of inspired guesswork or drawn from much older, now lost charts remains a matter of fierce debate. Those who believe the Antarctic pyramids could be remnants of a lost civilization often point to these maps as tantalizing clues. Could it be that a people long forgotten once inhabited an ice-free Antarctica, leaving behind monumental architecture now entombed beneath the frozen surface? Mainstream science urges caution. Geological surveys indicate that the pyramid-like formation in the Ellsworth Mountains is composed of metamorphic rock shaped over millions of years by tectonic uplift, glacial action, and freeze-thaw cycles. Many mountains can form geometric shapes by chance, particularly in extreme environments where erosion acts in a uniform direction. The famous Matterhorn in the Alps, for instance, has a striking pyramidal shape, yet no one attributes its creation to human hands. To a geologist, the Antarctic formation is another example of this natural process, magnified in mystery only because of its remoteness and the difficulty in studying it up close. Yet, it is precisely this remoteness that keeps the door open for speculation. Antarctica's interior remains largely unexplored due to its brutal conditions. Even in the age of satellite imaging, the continent guards its secrets well. Expeditions to these regions require massive logistical efforts, with supplies flown in by aircraft equipped to land on ice runways or brought overland by convoys that move at a crawl across crevassed terrain. Few scientists have stood at the base of the suspected pyramids, and fewer still have been able to conduct detailed surveys. For those inclined toward more unconventional interpretations, the possibilities are intoxicating. If these were once human-made, they would predate not just recorded history, but perhaps the rise of civilization itself. The theory often goes hand in hand with the idea that Antarctica, in a much warmer age, might have been home to an advanced society, one capable of engineering projects on a monumental scale. Advocates of this idea sometimes cite the theory of crustal displacement, proposed in the mid-20th century by Charles Hapgood, which suggests that the Earth's outer crust can shift dramatically over geological time. If such a shift had moved Antarctica from a more temperate latitude to its current polar position, any civilization there would have been obliterated by the advancing ice. Critics argue that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and so far, none has been produced. There are no artifacts, no inscriptions, no cultural remnants, only images and the human tendency to find patterns in what we see. They point out that the human brain is adept at perceiving order, even where none exists, a phenomenon known as pareidolia. It is the same impulse that makes us see faces in clouds or animals in rock formations. In this light, the Antarctic pyramids become less a mystery of archaeology and more a quirk of perception amplified by the lure of the unknown. Still, the conversation is not purely speculative. The very act of investigating these formations has spurred valuable scientific inquiry. Remote sensing tools have improved, and ground-penetrating radar now reveals features beneath the ice with unprecedented clarity. These advances have uncovered subglacial lakes, ancient river systems, and mountain ranges long buried, reshaping our understanding of Antarctica's geological history. Even if the pyramids prove to be entirely natural, the technologies developed to study them will continue to peel back the layers of the continent's past. There is also the fact that Antarctica was once far from the frozen desert we know today. Core samples extracted from beneath the ice have revealed pollen, fossilized plants, and the remains of temperate forests. These findings confirm that the continent has undergone dramatic climate shifts over millions of years. During the Cretaceous period, it was home to lush greenery and dinosaurs. In later epochs, it supported tundra ecosystems with hardy shrubs and mosses. Such conditions could have been habitable to early humans if they had existed in that region during those times, or to other hominid species now extinct. While no evidence supports that leap, the knowledge that Antarctica was once warm enough to sustain life fuels the imagination. The most compelling aspect of the Antarctic pyramid mystery is perhaps not whether they are man-made, but the broader question they represent. How much of Earth's history remains hidden from us, locked away in places we cannot easily reach? In the absence of definitive answers, the mind wanders. One person sees an ancient monument, another sees a weathered mountain, and both are united in the fascination that such formations inspire. The debate itself becomes a kind of shared exploration, where curiosity is the common ground. Documentaries and speculative articles have played a significant role in keeping this fascination alive. Some present the formations with breathless wonder, weaving them into tales of Atlantean refugees or visitors from other worlds. Others take a more measured approach, inviting geologists, climatologists, and archaeologists to weigh in. The contrast between these narratives often mirrors the tension between wonder and skepticism, both essential in the pursuit of knowledge. As of now, no expedition has returned with evidence that settles the matter beyond dispute. The formations stand where they have for countless millennia, indifferent to the debates they spark. Their sharp lines and looming presence remain frozen in place, perhaps to be explained one day, perhaps to remain an enigma. For the moment, they are a reminder of how vast and strange our planet can be, and how much of it lies beyond the easy reach of certainty. And so, The Antarctic pyramids occupy that rare space between fact and possibility, a place where science and speculation share the same stage. Whether they are the work of nature's patient hand or the long-buried handiwork of a civilization lost to ice and time, their allure remains undiminished. The photographs that first caught the public's attention continue to circulate, each viewing inviting new interpretations, each angle suggesting a different truth. As we leave the frozen expanse of Antarctica behind, the image lingers, a triangular peak rising from a sea of white, its faces etched in light and shadow, its story untold. Somewhere else, in another corner of the world, or perhaps far beyond our planet, another discovery waits, ready to challenge what we think we know and to pull us once again into the endless conversation between the known and the unknown. In the spring of 1974, in the outskirts of Xi'an in Shanxi province, a group of farmers digging a new well found themselves striking something far harder than the expected soil and rock. At first, the fragments they unearthed seemed to be nothing more than bits of weathered clay, but soon, sculpted features began to emerge. An ear, a section of hair tied in a traditional warrior's knot, the fold of a tunic rendered in minute detail. The men could not have known that they had stumbled upon one of the most remarkable archaeological discoveries of the 20th century, the vast underground army built to guard the tomb of China's first emperor, Qin Shi Huang. The discovery quickly drew the attention of local authorities and, not long after, a full archaeological team. As more earth was carefully removed, the scale of what lay beneath became staggering. The soldiers were life-sized, each one unique in facial structure, hairstyle, and expression. Their armor, weapons, and stances reflected a military force prepared for battle, yet they stood in orderly formation, frozen not by fear, but by the intention of their maker. It was soon realized that this was not an isolated find, but part of an immense funerary complex designed to accompany the emperor into the afterlife. Qin Shi Huang had unified China in 221 BCE, forging a centralized empire out of warring states through a combination of military conquest, political reform, and sweeping infrastructure projects. His reign was marked by monumental undertakings, the early construction of what would become the Great Wall, the standardization of currency and writing, and an ambitious system of roads and canals. But perhaps the most ambitious of all was his tomb complex, an endeavor said to have taken nearly 4 decades to complete and involved hundreds of thousands of laborers. The army itself was positioned in several massive pits, each measuring hundreds of feet in length. The first pit contained the main battle formation, rows of infantry, archers, and chariots, arranged as if ready to march into combat. The second pit appeared to represent a more complex military formation, with cavalry units and war chariots in strategic placement. A third pit, smaller in size, contained high-ranking officers, possibly serving as a command post. Archaeologists estimate that over 8,000 soldiers were originally constructed, along with hundreds of horses and chariots, though not all have survived intact. What makes the terracotta army remarkable is not only its scale, but the extraordinary individuality of each figure. No two faces are alike, suggesting that artisans may have drawn inspiration from real soldiers of the time. The level of craftsmanship is such that subtle details, the tension in a warrior's brow, the curve of a palm, the layering of armor plates, are preserved despite more than 2,000 years underground. Originally, these figures were painted in vivid colors, but exposure to air caused the pigments to flake away within hours of excavation, leaving them in the muted earth tones seen today. The purpose of the army was deeply rooted in the beliefs of the Qin dynasty. The emperor sought immortality, and while he could not escape death, he could prepare for a continued reign beyond the mortal world. In this vision of the afterlife, enemies would still need to be guarded against, and power would still need to be asserted. The terracotta army was thus both a protective force and a statement of enduring authority, ensuring that the emperor's dominance would not end with his burial. Beyond the army itself lies the yet unopened mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. Historical texts, such as the writings of the Han Dynasty historian Sima Qian, describe a vast underground palace, complete with rivers of mercury meant to represent the waterways of China, and a ceiling inlaid with pearls to depict the night sky. These accounts, while unconfirmed, have been supported in part by modern surveys detecting unusually high levels of mercury in the soil above the tomb mound. The decision to leave the main burial chamber sealed is deliberate. Current archaeological technology cannot guarantee that the contents would survive exposure without severe damage. The logistics of creating such an army are as fascinating as the figures themselves. Archaeologists believe the construction process was highly organized, with separate workshops responsible for different components. Heads, torsos, limbs, and hands were crafted individually and then assembled. Standardized molds were likely used for basic forms, but fine details were added by hand, giving each soldier a unique identity. Once assembled, the figures were fired in kilns and then painted, with final touches including the addition of real weapons, bronze swords, spears, and crossbows, many of which remain sharp and free from corrosion thanks to advanced metallurgical techniques of the time. These weapons have provided another layer of insight into the technological sophistication of the Qin dynasty. Studies of the bronze arrowheads and blades have revealed traces of chromium, suggesting a primitive form of anti-rust treatment. This has led to debate among historians and scientists. Was this an intentional process, or an accidental byproduct of the materials and firing methods used? Either way, it demonstrates a level of skill in metalwork that was ahead of its time. The terracotta army also raises questions about the human cost of such monumental undertakings. Records suggest that the construction of the mausoleum and its surrounding defenses involved massive labor forces, including convicted criminals, conscripted peasants, and artisans from across the empire. Many likely perished during the decades-long project, whether from the grueling conditions, accidents, or the possibility, mentioned in some accounts, that workers were sealed inside to protect the emperor's secrets. The truth of these claims remains uncertain, but they contribute to the aura of both awe and unease that surrounds the site. The excavation process has been cautious and methodical. The first pit was opened in the late 1970s, followed by the others in subsequent decades, yet much of the complex remains untouched. Advances in preservation techniques may one day allow for the safe excavation of the painted figures without the rapid deterioration of their colors. Until then, archaeologists work slowly, balancing the desire for knowledge with the responsibility of protecting what they uncover. In the decades since their discovery, the warriors have traveled far beyond their original resting place, at least in part. Selected figures have been exhibited in museums around the world, drawing millions of visitors and inspiring a renewed interest in the history of ancient China. Yet there is a profound difference between seeing a handful of soldiers in a museum hall and standing in the pits at Xi'an, where row upon row of life-sized warriors stretch into the distance, their gaze fixed eternally forward. The terracotta army has become one of the defining symbols of Chinese heritage, recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1987. It is both an artistic triumph and a historical enigma, embodying the ambitions of a ruler whose vision extended far beyond his own lifetime. For Qin Shi Huang, the army was not art. It was strategy, insurance, and a declaration that his rule would transcend death itself. Over time, research on the site has expanded beyond the soldiers to the broader necropolis. Surrounding pits have revealed acrobats, musicians, officials, and even terracotta birds, all arranged to serve the emperor in different capacities. This suggests that the afterlife envisioned by the Qin court was a mirror of the imperial court in life, complete with entertainment, administration, and ritual. Each figure, no matter how small, played a role in the emperor's eternal domain. The impact of the terracotta army's discovery reaches beyond archaeology. It has reshaped the narrative of the Qin dynasty, offering a tangible, visual record of its military organization, artistry, and ideological beliefs. It has also become a bridge between past and present, drawing modern China into a dialogue with its ancient foundations. The soldiers stand as both a national treasure and a reminder of the human drive to leave something lasting, to resist the erosion of time. And yet, the greatest mysteries remain sealed within the central tomb. Ground-penetrating radar has mapped its outline, and core samples hint at elaborate chambers. But until the day comes when technology can safeguard its contents, the emperor will remain undisturbed. The decision to wait is a rare exercise in restraint in the field of archaeology, a recognition that some treasures are best left sleeping until we can meet them on their own terms. Standing before the army, whether in person or in imagination, one is struck not just by its size, but by the sensation of entering a space that was never meant to be seen again. These warriors were created for an audience of one, their purpose bound to a single man's vision of eternity. The fact that they now stand before the eyes of the world is a twist of fate neither the emperor nor his craftsmen could have anticipated. From the moment the first clay fragment emerged from the soil to the present day, the terracotta army has continued to fascinate, puzzle, and inspire. It invites us to consider the lengths to which power will go to secure itself, the artistry that can emerge from such ambitions, and the ways in which the past waits quietly beneath our feet, ready to transform our understanding of history with a single stroke of a shovel. As we leave the subterranean ranks of Xi'an, their formation unbroken for over 2 millennia, the image of those watchful faces lingers. Somewhere else, in another part of the world, another discovery waits, different in form, but no less capable of shifting what we think we know. And soon, we will uncover that story too. November of 1932 brought with it a problem no one in Western Australia's wheat belt had adequately prepared for. Farmers were already battling low prices, poor weather, and the pressures of the Great Depression when their fields began to fill with tall, fast-moving shapes. Emus, thousands of them, had migrated inland after breeding season, seeking food and water. The newly sown crops, green and tender, proved irresistible. The birds moved in great groups, trampling fences, scattering livestock, and consuming wheat with a single-minded focus that no scarecrow or rudimentary barrier could dissuade. These were not rare visitors. Emus were native to Australia's open landscapes, and in normal circumstances they posed little problem for human settlements. But this migration was unprecedented in scale. Reports from the time suggest that more than 20,000 birds swept through the farmland in loose, scattered flocks, their long legs carrying them swiftly over the dry, uneven terrain. Each one could consume and destroy far more wheat than the farmers could afford to lose, and their sheer numbers made them an overwhelming force. Faced with devastation to their livelihoods, the farmers appealed to the government for help. Their requests were not for simple scare tactics or advice. They wanted military assistance. Some of the veterans who now farmed these lands remembered the firepower and organization of wartime, and they believed that with proper weaponry, the emu problem could be solved quickly. The government, perhaps reluctant but willing to respond to the farmers' plight, agreed to send a small military detachment armed with Lewis machine guns and thousands of rounds of ammunition. Major G.P.W. Meredith of the Royal Australian Artillery was placed in command. His force consisted of 2 soldiers, the machine guns, and an assignment to curb the emu population in the affected districts. It was, on paper, a straightforward operation. In reality, it would become a logistical puzzle and, ultimately, a lesson in the unpredictability of nature. The first engagement came in early November. Meredith and his men spotted a flock of around 50 birds near a dam. They positioned themselves carefully, set up the guns, and waited for the emus to move into range. Yet as soon as the first shots rang out, the flock scattered in every direction. The soldiers quickly learned that these birds could sprint at speeds approaching 30 miles per hour, and they did so with an agility that made aiming almost futile. Within seconds, the carefully arranged ambush dissolved into a chase across the paddocks, with the emus vanishing into the scrub. Attempts to use vehicles met with no greater success. Mounting a gun on a truck seemed promising until the reality of the rough terrain intervened. The bouncing of the vehicle made accurate fire impossible, and the emus, always adept at navigating their native landscape, could change direction sharply, darting into areas where the truck could not follow. In one instance, the soldiers pursued a group of emus for miles, only to find themselves low on ammunition and no closer to reducing the bird population. Over the following days, Meredith's team adjusted tactics. They targeted larger groups when possible and tried to coordinate with farmers to guide the birds into ambush zones. But the emus seemed to operate with a kind of unspoken strategy. Observers at the time remarked that they often traveled in smaller groups, led by a dominant bird, which acted as a lookout. When danger appeared, this leader would guide the group into the undergrowth, leaving the soldiers firing at empty air. It was not an organized army in the human sense, but it was enough to give the impression of coordination and intelligence. By mid-November, after several skirmishes, the numbers told a discouraging story. Despite expending thousands of rounds of ammunition, the confirmed tally of emus killed was in the low hundreds, barely a dent in the population. The birds were not only surviving, they were continuing to damage crops. The press took notice, and headlines began to frame the affair with a mix of humor and incredulity. The term Great Emu War emerged, a tongue-in-cheek label that nonetheless captured the sense of an engagement between military might and a feathered adversary. The government began to question the value of continuing the operation. Critics argued that the effort was costing money and resources without producing measurable results. Some suggested alternative solutions, such as bounty systems that would pay farmers for each bird killed, allowing the local population to manage the problem directly. In early December, less than a month after it began, the military withdrew from the field. Officially, the operation had ended, leaving the emus victorious in the eyes of many. Yet, the problem of emu damage to crops did not disappear. In the following years, the bounty system did indeed prove more effective, with farmers and hunters collectively reducing the local population during migration periods. Fencing projects were also expanded, though the scale of farmland made it impossible to protect every field. The war had been less a solution and more a dramatic episode in the longer story of managing wildlife in agricultural landscapes. Looking back, the Great Emu War remains one of the most unusual moments in Australian history, not because it was a grand or decisive battle, but because of the surreal image it paints. Soldiers armed with machine guns, outmaneuvered by birds. It highlights the unpredictability of working against nature's rhythms and the limitations of applying military strategies to ecological challenges. The emus were not plotting or conspiring. They were simply following instinct, moving in search of food and water, thriving in an environment they had adapted to over millennia. Major Meredith himself would later speak with a mix of respect and bemusement about the birds. He described them as hardy, capable of surviving multiple bullet wounds and continuing to run. He noted their ability to navigate rough country with speed and endurance, and even suggested that if they were granted the same resources as soldiers, they might be formidable opponents in a different kind of war. While likely intended as dry humor, his comments only reinforced the story's mythic quality. Over time, the Great Emu War has been retold in countless ways, through news features, books, comedic sketches, and even music. The humor is easy to find, yet it sits alongside the reality that for the farmers of 1932, there was little to laugh about. Their wheat losses were severe, and the incident was just one more hardship in a decade already defined by economic and environmental challenges. That tension between absurdity and hardship is what keeps the story compelling. It is both a cautionary tale and a historical curiosity. There is also a subtle lesson in humility woven into the events. Modern weaponry, careful planning, and human determination were all brought to bear, and yet the emus, lacking any strategy beyond survival, prevailed. It serves as a reminder that human control over the natural world is often less complete than we imagine, and that adaptation and persistence can be as effective as any tool or tactic. Today, the farmland where the war took place has changed. The population of emus in the area is managed more quietly, without the dramatic interventions of the past. For many Australians, the story is a point of national humour, a symbol of the sometimes eccentric relationship between people and the land. For historians, it is a case study in the unintended consequences that can arise when military methods are applied to problems they were never designed to solve. The emus, of course, never knew they had been at war. They migrated, fed, and moved on according to the same seasonal patterns that had guided them for generations. That they became the unwitting victors of a military operation is a quirk of history, one that will likely ensure their place in the country's folklore for as long as the story is told. And while this strange chapter may seem wholly unique, history has a way of producing events that challenge expectations in equally surprising ways. Somewhere far from the dusty paddocks of Western Australia, another discovery waits. one with its own improbable twists, ready to alter our understanding in a manner no less memorable. Methane should not last long in the thin air of Mars. Ultraviolet radiation from the sun breaks it down in a matter of centuries, and the planet's atmosphere is so reactive that it can vanish even faster. That is why its detection was so surprising. It was not just that methane was there at all, it was that it had to be made recently. On Earth, methane is often tied to life. It is produced by microbes in wetlands, by tiny organisms living far underground, and by processes in the ocean. To find it drifting above the dusty plains of Mars raised a question no one could ignore. Was this the signature of living systems hidden away beneath the surface, or the product of some geological process still unfolding on a world long thought to be silent? The first hints came from the European Space Agency's Mars Express spacecraft as it orbited the planet and studied its atmosphere in 2003. The data showed faint traces, so small they might have been dismissed, but the pattern was consistent. Methane should not linger unless something is producing it right now. That meant Mars was active in some way. The discovery drew cautious interest at first. It would take more than a single detection to confirm it. Years passed before the next major clue arrived, this time from the ground. NASA's Curiosity rover landed in Gale Crater in 2012 with an instrument called the Tunable Laser Spectrometer. It could detect methane down to a few parts per billion, offering the most precise measurements yet. For month after month, it found only background levels. Then came the surprise. In late 2013, Curiosity recorded a spike, methane levels rising to several times the normal background amount. For weeks, the readings stayed high, then dropped back down to where they had been before. This was not a slow, steady release like one might expect from a planet venting gas. This was sudden and temporary. Something was causing bursts of methane to escape into the atmosphere and then vanish again. On Earth, such bursts might be caused by biology, by organisms that release methane seasonally, or when environmental conditions change. On Mars, they could also be the result of geology, such as the chemical reaction between certain minerals and water. One process in particular, called serpentinization, can produce methane when olivine-rich rock interacts with liquid water, generating hydrogen that binds with carbon. Mars is rich in olivine, and if water exists in small underground pockets, the reaction could be happening there even now. Another possibility is that the methane has been trapped in clathrates, ice-like cages that hold gas molecules, since a warmer period in Mars's past. A change in temperature or pressure might occasionally release it, explaining the short-lived spikes detected by Curiosity. If the geological explanations seem plausible, the biological ones are harder to ignore. Methanogenic microbes on Earth can survive in extreme environments, from Antarctic subglacial lakes to deep ocean hydrothermal vents, thriving without sunlight in places where liquid water and a source of energy are available. If similar life forms ever existed on Mars, they might still be living in underground habitats, shielded from radiation by rock and ice. The methane could be the waste product of their metabolism, seeping slowly to the surface through cracks in the crust. But if that were the case, why is it so hard to detect? This is where the mystery deepens. The European Space Agency launched the Trace Gas Orbiter in 2016 to study Mars's atmosphere in detail. To the surprise of many, it reported methane levels so low they were almost undetectable, even when Curiosity's instruments were recording spikes. This contradiction puzzled scientists. If methane is present near the surface, why isn't it showing up higher in the atmosphere? One theory is that something is destroying methane faster than expected. Dust storms, ultraviolet light, or reactions with chemicals in the soil might be breaking it down before it can spread far. If so, the plumes detected by Curiosity could be highly localized, appearing and disappearing before an orbiter can pass overhead. Seasonal changes may also play a role. Curiosity's long-term data revealed that background methane levels rise and fall with the Martian seasons, peaking in the warmer months. This pattern could be caused by the seasonal expansion and contraction of the surface, allowing trapped gas to escape more easily in summer. It could also be linked to temperature-dependent microbial activity, if life exists there at all. Yet these patterns do not fully explain the sudden, dramatic spikes that sometimes occur out of season. Every new piece of data seems to answer one question while raising two more. If the methane is geological, what is fueling it today? If it is biological, why is it so intermittent? And if there are multiple sources, both living and non-living, how can we tell them apart? The instruments we have now can detect the gas, but not its exact composition. On Earth, methane from biological sources often contains a higher proportion of certain isotopes of carbon. If we could measure the isotopes in Mars's methane, we might be able to determine its origin. But doing that requires more sensitive equipment than any mission has carried so far. What makes the methane plumes so compelling is that they suggest Mars is still an active world. For decades, it was seen as a frozen desert, geologically dead, with its best days behind it. The discovery of methane challenged that image. Whether it comes from rock or life, it means processes are happening right now. Processes that could help us understand the planet's history and its potential to support life. It also forces us to think carefully about planetary protection. If Mars has active life, even in tiny underground pockets, sending humans there becomes more complicated. We would need to avoid contaminating any ecosystems with Earth microbes, just as we would want to avoid bringing Martian organisms back. The methane may be our first clue that such ecosystems exist, making it both a scientific mystery and an ethical challenge. The search for answers continues. Future missions may carry drills capable of reaching several meters into the ground, where conditions are more stable and any life or geological processes would be better protected. Instruments could be designed to measure isotopic ratios directly on Mars, eliminating the need to return samples to Earth. If we could locate the exact sites where methane is escaping, we might be able to trace it back to its source. That would finally tell us whether we are looking at geology, biology, or something else entirely. Until then, the methane plumes remain one of the most intriguing discoveries of the past 2 decades of planetary exploration. They are a reminder that even a small measurement, a few parts per billion of an invisible gas, can transform our understanding of another world. They have kept Mars in the headlines, not for the dusty red landscapes we have grown used to seeing, but for something we cannot see at all. And they have kept scientists and the public alike wondering whether the red planet might still hold secrets as profound as the discovery of life. Each spike in methane, each unexplained drop, is like a signal from beneath the surface, a signal that we do not yet know how to read. It might be a remnant of a warmer, wetter Mars, when rivers carved valleys and lakes filled craters. It might be the byproduct of chemical reactions still shaping the planet's crust. Or it might be, against all odds, the faint breath of life holding on in one of the most inhospitable places we know. Whatever the answer, the mystery of methane on Mars has already changed the way we explore it. We are no longer just mapping its surface or cataloguing its rocks. We are listening for signs of activity in the air itself. The gas is there, fleeting and elusive, and until we understand it, we will keep coming back, sending rovers, landers, and orbiters in search of the truth. And as we leave the thin air and cold deserts of Mars behind, our attention turns to another discovery, one far closer to home, where the surprise lay not in the sky above, but in the ground beneath our feet, waiting for the right moment to be found. Long before the world's frozen north became the endless stretches of tundra and boreal forest we know today, there was a land so rich in life that its scale and productivity still surprise scientists. This was the Mammoth Steppe, a vast biome stretching from the British Isles, across Europe, over Siberia, and all the way into Alaska and the Yukon. It was not a scattering of sparse grasses and stunted shrubs as we might picture the Arctic today. Instead, it was a sprawling, hyper-productive grassland, dense with a diversity of plants and home to herds of great mammals in numbers that rivaled the African savannas. Woolly mammoths, steppe bison, wild horses, musk oxen, reindeer, and woolly rhinoceroses grazed these plains, followed by predators like cave lions, scimitar-toothed cats, and wolves. The mammoth steppe existed for tens of thousands of years, persisting through the height of the last ice age and connecting continents by way of the Bering Land Bridge. The climate then was cold, but it was dry and stable, with winters that were harsh yet predictable, and summers short but productive. The grasses and herbs that grew there were uniquely adapted to the environment, offering a steady supply of highly nutritious forage. This supported a level of biomass so large that early human hunters arriving from the south and east stepped into a land teeming with opportunity. What makes the mammoth steppe so remarkable is how completely it has disappeared. By around 10,000 years ago, the great herds were gone, the lush grasses had given way to mosses, lichens and scattered shrubs, and the ecosystem that had thrived for millennia was no more. Its loss was not just a shift in vegetation, it was the collapse of an entire ecological system, one that has never been restored on such a scale. Understanding why it vanished is one of the great questions of quaternary science. Evidence for the mammoth steppe comes from a combination of fossil remains, preserved plant material, and even the frozen carcasses of animals recovered from permafrost. In Siberia, whole mammoths have been found in astonishing condition, their flesh, fur, and even stomach contents intact after tens of thousands of years. These remains show that the animals were eating a variety of grasses, sedges, and flowering plants. In Alaska and Yukon, ancient soils reveal the same plant-rich landscape. Pollen samples taken from sediment cores confirm that during the Ice Age, this region was dominated by grasses and forbs rather than the moss and tundra species seen today. The productivity of this grassland is sometimes difficult to grasp. The nutrient cycle was highly efficient. Large grazers consumed the plants and fertilized the soil as they moved across the land. Their constant activity prevented shrubs from encroaching and maintained the open grassland structure. Even in the cold, these processes created an environment that could sustain enormous populations of herbivores. This, in turn, supported a diverse guild of predators and scavengers. Humans were a part of this web too, hunting both large and small game and making use of the rich resources the steppe offered. The disappearance of the mammoth steppe coincided with two major events: the end of the last ice age and the expansion of human populations into the far north. As the glaciers retreated and the climate warmed, the environment became wetter in many regions. This shift favored the growth of shrubs and mosses, which in turn altered the soil and reduced the productivity of the land for grazing animals. Once the herds began to decline, the ecosystem lost one of its key drivers. Without the disturbance caused by constant grazing, woody plants spread, changing the character of the vegetation. But climate change alone may not fully explain the collapse. The arrival of humans, skilled hunters armed with advanced tools, placed new pressures on the large mammals. In some areas, overhunting may have tipped vulnerable populations past the point of recovery. The loss of keystone species like the mammoth could have had cascading effects. Mammoths helped maintain the grassland by trampling young trees and shrubs, keeping open the vast plains that supported so much life. Remove them, and the steppe would begin to shift toward a different state. The debate over the relative importance of climate change versus human activity in the extinction of the mammoth steppe fauna has continued for decades. Some researchers argue that warming temperatures and habitat change were enough to drive the collapse, especially given that similar shifts occurred in regions with few or no humans. Others contend that hunting pressure was the critical blow, especially in areas where humans arrived suddenly and in large numbers. It may be that the end of the mammoth steppe was the result of both forces, interacting at a time when the ecosystem was vulnerable. One of the most intriguing aspects of the mammoth steppe is the possibility of restoring parts of it. In northeastern Siberia, an experimental reserve known as Pleistocene Park has been established to test whether reintroducing large grazers can bring back the grassland ecosystem. Horses, bison, muskoxen, and other species have been released to mimic the role of the extinct megafauna. Early results suggest that grazing animals do alter the vegetation, reducing shrubs and encouraging grass growth. In winter, their trampling of snow allows colder air to penetrate the ground, keeping the permafrost more stable. This restoration experiment is not without challenges. The full complexity of the mammoth steppe cannot be recreated without its full cast of species, and some, like the woolly mammoth and woolly rhinoceros, are long gone. However, there are ongoing efforts to bring back close proxies. Advances in genetic technology have even raised the possibility of resurrecting the mammoth itself through cloning or hybridization with modern elephants. Whether or not such projects succeed, they highlight the fascination the mammoth steppe holds, not just for scientists, but for anyone imagining a wilder, more abundant Arctic. The legacy of the mammoth steppe is written not only in fossils and frozen carcasses, but in the genes of the animals that survived its collapse. Many species adapted to the grasslands manage to persist in smaller numbers or in altered habitats. The muskox, for instance, remains in the Arctic today, though in far fewer numbers and in more limited areas. Reindeer too survived, though their modern populations are a fraction of what once roamed the steppe. These survivors are reminders that while ecosystems can change dramatically, their threads can continue into the present in altered forms. Understanding the mammoth steppe also has implications for today's climate challenges. The permafrost that underlay much of this ecosystem is now thawing due to modern warming, releasing greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and methane. Recreating a grassland system with large grazers, as in Pleistocene Park, might help slow this process by keeping the ground colder. The idea that an ancient ecosystem could have a role in mitigating a modern problem is a striking example of how past and present can be linked in unexpected ways. The mammoth steppe was a world where abundance seemed limitless, where the horizon could be filled with herds stretching as far as the eye could see, and predators shadowed them across the plains. It was a place where humans were newcomers, finding in the rich grasslands a source of food, clothing, and tools. The archaeological record shows that these lands supported thriving cultures, with evidence of dwellings made from mammoth bones, intricate carvings, and tools crafted from the resources of the steppe. For thousands of years, people lived alongside the megafauna, shaping and being shaped by the ecosystem in return. When we imagine the Ice Age, we often think of glaciers and cold, barren landscapes, but the mammoth steppe was different. It was cold, yes, but alive with movement and change, with a diversity that rivaled the best grasslands of today. Its disappearance reminds us that ecosystems are not permanent, and that they can be lost entirely when the balance that sustains them is disrupted. Whether through climate, human action, or both, the end of the mammoth steppe was a transformation on a continental scale. Today, traces of this lost world lie hidden beneath the moss and tundra, preserved in the frozen ground. Every summer, as the permafrost thaws slightly, new discoveries emerge: bones, tusks, and occasionally entire animals. Each find adds to the picture of a vanished ecosystem, offering details about what it was like to live there, and perhaps clues about why it disappeared. And while we may never bring back the full splendor of the mammoth steppe, studying it can teach us about resilience, adaptation, and the fragility of abundance. In the end, the mammoth steppe is more than a chapter in the history of life on Earth. It is a reminder that even the most dominant ecosystems can vanish, that change is constant, and that the past is filled with worlds as complex and vibrant as our own. Its story stretches from the frozen ground of Siberia to the rolling plains of Alaska, across thousands of years and countless generations of animals and people. It leaves us with a vision of a land that once was, and a question about what might yet be possible if we choose to try and bring a piece of it back. And somewhere, far from the windswept plains and the memory of mammoth herds, another discovery waits, one that reveals a truth just as surprising and just as capable of changing what we thought we knew. It began with a story that had everything a treasure hunter could want: an undiscovered cave, a mysterious entrance hidden in the Illinois countryside, and inside it, an astonishing collection of artifacts that seemed to rewrite the history of the Americas. According to the man who claimed to have found it, this was no ordinary cave. It was a tomb, a vault, a secret repository holding the remnants of civilizations thousands of miles from home. The artifacts inside were said to bear inscriptions in ancient languages, to depict figures in Roman helmets, Phoenician ships, and Egyptian crowns. If true, it would mean that long before Columbus, ancient peoples had crossed the Atlantic, traveled deep into the North American interior, and left behind a hidden record of their presence. The place was called Burrows Cave, and for a time, it captivated a small but passionate circle of believers. The man at the center of the story was Russell Burrows, a resident of southern Illinois. In the early 1980s, he claimed that while exploring a remote area, he had stumbled upon an opening in the rock. Inside, he found passageways leading to chamber after chamber, the walls lined with carved stones and the floors scattered with relics, coins, pottery, inscribed tablets, even what he described as gold artifacts. Burrows told of human remains in stone sarcophagi, of symbols and writing in scripts that seemed to mix multiple cultures, and of items suggesting contact between the Old World and the Americas centuries before accepted history allowed for it. For those drawn to alternative history and the idea of transoceanic contact in antiquity, Burrows's claims were electrifying. The thought of Phoenicians, Romans, or Egyptians traveling to North America and leaving behind physical evidence was tantalizing. And here was a man saying he had walked among those relics himself, seen them with his own eyes, and even brought some of them out into the light. Burrows began showing artifacts to select individuals, carved stones bearing human faces, ships under sail, inscriptions that seemed vaguely Mediterranean. Word spread, and soon there were researchers, collectors, and enthusiasts eager to see what else might emerge from this mysterious cave. The trouble was, no one else could verify it. Burrows refused to reveal the cave's exact location, citing a desire to protect it from looters and from government seizure. He claimed the site was on private property and that revealing it could cause legal problems for him and the landowner. Those who wanted to see the chambers for themselves had to rely on his accounts and the artifacts he presented. For some, that secrecy was understandable. For others, it was the first warning sign. The artifacts themselves were unlike anything found in verified archaeological sites in North America. They were often crude in execution, with inconsistent styles, and the inscriptions, purportedly in ancient scripts, did not match any authentic language. Some appeared to be clumsy imitations of old-world symbols, combining elements from different cultures in ways that made little historical sense. A single stone might bear something resembling Latin letters alongside hieroglyph-like figures and Phoenician-style characters, as if the creator had drawn from several civilizations without understanding their distinct contexts. Professional archaeologists who examined photographs of the artifacts quickly expressed doubt. The patina on the stones looked artificial, and the carving marks suggested the use of modern tools. The mixture of styles and the frequent historical inaccuracies were difficult to reconcile with the idea of a genuine ancient origin. Linguists who studied the inscriptions could not identify them as belonging to any known language, ancient or otherwise. Some of the supposed symbols were simply gibberish. Still, in the early years, there was a small but vocal community willing to give Burrows the benefit of the doubt. They argued that unconventional finds often met resistance from mainstream science, and that the absence of site access did not necessarily mean the claims were false. A few even purchased artifacts from Burrows, believing they were acquiring pieces of a suppressed history. Over time, however, the inconsistencies piled up. Burrows's stories about the discovery and contents of the cave shifted with each retelling. The number of artifacts he claimed to have removed grew into the thousands, an amount that raised logistical questions. If such a vast treasure existed, how could it have been transported, stored, and concealed without attracting attention? The secrecy around the cave's location remained absolute, with no credible witness ever confirming its existence. Eventually, the weight of evidence against the authenticity of Burrows' cave became overwhelming. Experts concluded that the artifacts were modern creations, likely produced by Burrows himself or with the help of others. The hoax seemed designed not only to fool the curious, but also to create a market for fake antiquities. Burrows, for his part, maintained his story, insisting that the cave was real and that his critics were motivated by professional jealousy or a desire to suppress the truth. What makes the Burrows cave case particularly striking is how long it lingered in certain circles despite the absence of verifiable evidence. It became a kind of cautionary tale about the power of a compelling narrative and the human tendency to believe in discoveries that confirm our hopes or challenge accepted history. For those inclined to believe that the ancient world was far more interconnected than historians allow, the idea of a secret cave full of artifacts from distant civilizations was too tempting to let go. The hoax also highlighted the vulnerability of the past to manipulation. Authentic artifacts are finite, but fake ones can be created in unlimited numbers. Once introduced into the marketplace or into amateur collections, they can muddy the waters of research for years to come. Even after a hoax is exposed, its artifacts can resurface, mislabeled or misunderstood, creating confusion for future researchers. In the case of Burrows Cave, the damage was largely contained to the realm of fringe history and private collecting, but it served as a reminder that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Without transparent access to the site, without independent verification, and without artifacts that could withstand rigorous analysis, the claims collapsed under scrutiny. Yet the persistence of belief among some followers showed that evidence alone is not always enough to change minds. There is also a cultural fascination with the idea of hidden chambers filled with treasure, an archetype that appears again and again in stories from every part of the world. From the tombs of Egyptian pharaohs to the rumored lost mines of the American West, the allure of finding something untouched and spectacular is powerful. Hoaxes like Burrows Cave tap into that desire, offering the thrill of discovery without the burden of proof. For a time, they can create an intoxicating sense of possibility, even if the foundation is nothing but invention. In examining how the Burrows Cave story took hold, it becomes clear that secrecy was both its greatest asset and its ultimate downfall. The inability to visit the cave or examine it in situ allowed the story to remain elastic, capable of accommodating new claims and embellishments. But that same secrecy prevented the kind of rigorous study that could have confirmed its authenticity. In the end, it left the narrative with nothing to stand on once the artifacts were shown to be false. The lessons from this episode extend beyond archaeology. They touch on the ways humans evaluate information, the role of trust in extraordinary claims, and the ease with which a convincing story can outpace the truth. In science and history alike, verification is not an inconvenience. It is the process that separates reality from imagination. Without it, we are left with tales that may entertain, inspire, or provoke, but cannot be relied upon to tell us what truly happened. Even now, decades after the first claims, the name Burrows Cave still circulates in certain forums and among collectors who trade in oddities. Some treat it as an outright fabrication, others as an unsolved mystery, and a few still insist it is real, hidden away, and waiting to be rediscovered. But for the broader world of archaeology, it stands as a reminder that not all that glitters in the ground is gold, and not every claimed discovery is a gift from the past. The rise and fall of the Burrows Cave legend show how easily historical narratives can be shaped by those who control the flow of information. It is not enough to hear that something exists. We must see it, measure it, test it, and let the evidence speak louder than the storyteller. The artifacts of Burrows Cave spoke in a jumble of mismatched symbols and inconsistent craftsmanship, and when those voices were heard clearly, they told not of Romans in Illinois, but of a modern hand carving a fantasy into stone. And somewhere far away from the rocky bluffs of Illinois and the phantom chambers of a cave no one else has seen, another story waits to surface, a discovery that, unlike this one, would force us to confront the truth hidden in plain sight. The desert in Turkmenistan holds many secrets, but among its most remarkable are impressions pressed deep into ancient rock. Impressions so vast that even the most seasoned paleontologists had to pause before accepting what they were seeing. The tracks were not a scattering of random shapes, nor the vague outlines of a creature long gone. They were clear, deliberate steps, each print stretching more than a meter across. To stand beside one is to feel almost miniature, as though the earth itself once supported a creature of impossible scale. These footprints were first brought to wider scientific attention in the mid-20th century, though locals had long known of them. For generations, herders and travelers crossing the windswept plateaus of the Koitandag Mountains had noticed the giant impressions. Some dismissed them as peculiar rock formations. Others whispered that they were left by a great bird from the time before humans. It was only when a Soviet geological expedition in the 1940s formally documented them that the wider world learned of their existence. The site where these prints are preserved is part of what is now known as the Plateau of Dinosaurs, though the name can be misleading. This is not merely a place of dinosaur tracks, but of fossilized evidence left by a variety of prehistoric animals, from massive herbivores to carnivorous predators. And, as some evidence suggests, by the ancient masters of the air, the pterosaurs. At first, the tracks were assumed to belong to some large bipedal dinosaur. The stride length was extraordinary, the impressions deep, and the arrangements surprisingly regular. But certain details began to unsettle that first interpretation. The proportions were not quite right for a land-dwelling dinosaur. The impressions seemed more compatible with an animal whose limbs were not used solely for walking, but for launching. The claw marks were placed in such a way that paleontologists began to suspect they were seeing the movement of something airborne, something that would have folded and unfolded its wings as it moved. If this were true, then the pterosaur that left these tracks would have been of a size far beyond most species known from the fossil record. Estimates based on stride length and the depth of the impressions suggest a creature standing as tall as a modern giraffe when upright. The wingspan, extrapolated from the scale of the feet, could have reached 12 meters or more. This would place it in the same league as the largest flying animals ever known, such as Quetzalcoatlus northropi, which lived in what is now North America. Yet the Turkmenistan tracks raised an even more tantalizing question. Could it be that there were species of giant pterosaurs that survived, evolved, or traveled in ways we do not yet fully understand? The sedimentary layers in which the tracks were found date to the late Jurassic, over 150 million years ago. At that time, the region would have been part of a vast, warm coastal plain. Marshes and shallow lagoons would have stretched across the landscape, teeming with fish, amphibians, and smaller reptiles. A paradise for a flying predator with a long beak and powerful wings. The conditions in which the tracks formed were perfect for preservation. Fine, wet sediment captured each step with remarkable clarity. As the creature moved, its feet pressed into the soft surface, leaving behind deep impressions with visible claw tips. Over time, the sediment hardened, and successive layers of silt and minerals locked the shapes in place. When the land eventually rose and the climate dried, the prints were revealed, like ancient signatures baked into stone. The challenge for scientists was not only to identify the maker of these prints, but also to understand the behavior they recorded. Pterosaurs, unlike birds, did not always move in the same way on land. Some species walked on all fours, using their winged forelimbs for support. Others adopted a more upright posture for short bursts. The Turkmenistan tracks seem to record a confident, purposeful gait, suggesting the animal was comfortable moving across open ground. Perhaps it was approaching a nesting site, perhaps it was moving from one feeding ground to another, or perhaps it was preparing for flight, each stride building momentum before a powerful launch. Pterosaur locomotion on land remains an area of active debate. While skeletal fossils reveal much about anatomy, trackways like these offer something more intimate, a direct record of movement. They capture a moment of life that skeletons alone cannot provide. From the spacing of the prints, researchers can infer speed. From the depth and angle, they can estimate weight distribution. Even the faint drag marks between some of the steps could indicate the tips of folded wings brushing the ground. The sheer size of the Turkmenistan tracks also forces a reconsideration of pterosaur limits. For years, scientists debated whether a flying creature of such scale could even take off under its own power. The physics of flight place, constraints on weight, wingspan, and muscle strength. Yet evidence from both the fossil record and aerodynamic modeling suggests that giant pterosaurs had evolved highly specialized musculature and bone structures to make flight possible. They likely used a quadrupedal launch technique, pushing off with both their hind and forelimbs in a powerful vault into the air. Standing at the site today, it is easy to imagine the scene. The landscape is rugged, with pale, sun-bleached rock stretching to the horizon. The prints descend in a gentle curve along the slope of the plateau, as though the animal was striding downhill. The edges of the impressions are sharp in some places, weathered in others, telling the story of millions of years of exposure. The air is dry, carrying the faint scent of mineral dust, and the light reveals every contour of the ancient steppes. Tourists who visit the Plateau of Dinosaurs often find themselves struck by the sheer improbability of it all, that a living being of such size once moved here, and that its passing was preserved for us to see. There is a sense of connection across an almost unimaginable gulf of time. The tracks are not the work of chance. They are the frozen moments of a journey, preserved against all odds. For paleontologists, these tracks are more than curiosities. They are data points that challenge assumptions about prehistoric life. They invite fresh questions about migration routes, environmental adaptations, and evolutionary pathways. If giant pterosaurs walked here, did they also roost nearby? Were these solitary hunters or part of a larger population? How far could they travel in a single day? And how might their presence have influenced the ecosystem around them? Comparisons with other sites have deepened the intrigue. In parts of North and South America, as well as Europe, smaller pterosaur trackways have been documented. Yet few, if any, match the scale of the Turkmenistan prints. This raises the possibility that the region may have been home to a distinct lineage, one that pushed the boundaries of pterosaur size even further than previously known. The fossilized bones of such a creature have yet to be found, making the tracks all the more valuable. They are, for now, our only direct evidence. Preservation of the site has become a priority. Weathering, erosion, and human activity all pose risks. Local authorities, working with international scientists, have taken steps to protect the most prominent trackways, limiting access and installing informational displays. In doing so, they aim to balance the need for public engagement with the responsibility to safeguard this irreplaceable record. And yet, even as the science advances, there is something about these prints that defies easy explanation. Numbers and measurements can tell us how large the animal was, how fast it moved, and how much it might have weighed. But they cannot fully capture the impression, not in the geological sense, but in the emotional one, of standing where it once walked. It is a reminder that our planet's history is filled with creatures that challenge our imagination, and that life has taken forms far more extraordinary than anything we see today. In the end, the pterosaur tracks of Turkmenistan stand as both evidence and enigma. They confirm the existence of giant flyers in this corner of the ancient world, yet they leave open vast spaces for speculation. Until skeletal remains are found, the full picture will remain incomplete. But perhaps that is fitting. Some discoveries invite us not to close the book, but to keep turning the pages, wondering what might appear next. A hammer, its head darkened with age and its wooden handles sealed in a sheath of ancient rock, sat on the desk of a small-town museum in Texas for decades. Visitors often leaned closer, expecting to see some clever reproduction of a 19th-century tool. Instead, they would learn the claim that made this object famous. The stone surrounding it was said to be over 100 million years old. The hammer, nicknamed the London Hammer after the town in which it was found, quickly became one of the most cited examples of what some call parts, out-of-place artifacts, objects that appear too advanced, too anachronistic, or too inexplicable for their accepted place in the historical record. The term parts gathers together a strange and diverse collection of discoveries. Some are small and easily overlooked. Others are striking in both craftsmanship and mystery. All share one quality: they challenge the expected order of human technological development. If a modern-looking hammer truly sat locked in stone laid down millions of years before humans appeared, how could it be explained? For some, the answer lay in extraordinary scenarios: lost civilizations, time travel, or human history stretching back far beyond what is recorded. For others, the story was simpler: misinterpretation, geological processes that deceived the eye, or outright hoax. The hammer, whether it was a geological curiosity or something far stranger, set the stage for a broader conversation about how artifacts are dated, interpreted, and understood. Another famous entry into the parts discussion came from a very different context. In 1961, 3 friends searching for minerals in the Coso Mountains of California found a nodule of hard rock containing something unexpected. Inside, revealed after the stone was cut open, lay what appeared to be a corroded metal cylinder with a thin shaft running through it, something that, at first glance, resembled a spark plug. The find became known as the Coso artifact, and photographs of its interior spread quickly among alternative history circles. Supporters argued that it represented advanced technology embedded in rock allegedly 500,000 years old. Skeptics countered that it was likely a champion spark plug from the 1920s, encrusted over decades by mineral buildup. Without detailed provenance or scientific analysis preserved from the time of discovery, the debate remained open to interpretation. These two objects, one a hammer in ancient stone, the other a possible machine part in mineralized rock, illustrate the central tension surrounding parts. The claims are bold, but the supporting evidence is often fragmentary. In many cases, the context in which the item was found is just as important as the item itself. A tool pulled from a quarry wall might seem impossible to explain, yet without a clear record of how and where it was removed, the story becomes vulnerable to exaggeration or error. Archaeology depends heavily on context. Once that is lost, even genuine objects can drift into the realm of speculation. Still, the fascination with parts is not limited to a few disputed finds. Across the world, there are artifacts that seem to hint at knowledge or skills beyond what is typically assigned to their era. The Antikythera mechanism, retrieved from an ancient Greek shipwreck, stunned researchers with its intricate system of gears capable of tracking celestial movements. Unlike the London hammer or the Kozo artifact, the Antikythera mechanism is firmly dated to the 1st century BCE and widely accepted as authentic. Yet it still disrupts the conventional view of ancient technology by being centuries ahead of comparable devices. It reminds us that human ingenuity often outpaces the general level of technology, producing anomalies that can appear almost modern. The intrigue deepens when artifacts come from layers of earth far older than expected. In South Africa, miners discovered spherical metallic objects with grooves running around their middles, embedded in Precambrian rock over 2 billion years old. Known as Klerksdorp spheres, these objects have been presented by some as evidence of advanced manufacturing in a prehistoric age. Geologists, however, explain them as natural formations created by mineral growth and geological processes. The spheres demonstrate how easily the line between artifact and natural curiosity can blur, and how human perception seeks patterns even where none were intended. Part of what makes parts so compelling is the way they invite both imagination and skepticism. A weathered coin found in a stratum of soil much older than the coin itself might be explained by disturbance from burrowing animals, the shifting of layers over time, or the mixing of fill during construction. Yet, in the absence of a definitive answer, stories take root. The human mind, when faced with an unexplained object, often prefers a narrative. Lost explorers, vanished empires, civilizations erased from history, over the slow and methodical uncertainties of geology and archaeology. It is also worth noting how many parts reach public attention through newspapers, magazines, or television before they pass through any scientific review. This early exposure can set the tone for how an object is perceived. A dramatic headline about a million-year-old spark plug may linger in the collective imagination long after more mundane explanations are offered. The interplay between mystery and media has, in many ways, fueled the enduring life of parts in popular culture. For those who study these objects with an open yet critical mind, the real value lies in the questions they prompt. Even when the extraordinary claims do not hold up, the process of testing them often sharpens our understanding of dating methods, geological processes, and the limits of human craftsmanship in different eras. Sometimes the investigation reaffirms established timelines. Other times, it uncovers overlooked skills in ancient societies. Either outcome adds to the body of knowledge, though one might draw less public attention than the other. Take, for example, the Baghdad Battery, a set of clay jars, copper cylinders, and iron rods found in Iraq, believed by some to be a form of ancient galvanic cell. If used with an acidic liquid, the assembly could produce a small electric current. Whether it was actually used for electroplating, medical purposes, or simply storage remains debated, but its existence suggests experimentation with chemical reactions far earlier than most people assume. While not as controversial as the London hammer, it occupies a similar place in the discussion. a piece of technology that seems to leap ahead of its time, raising questions about what other innovations may have been lost to history. The same curiosity surrounds the Shroud of Turin, the Papyri race map, and even ancient drill holes in hard stone at sites like Abu Simbel. Each has been drawn into the orbit of Uparts at some point, and each has its own mix of historical record, scientific analysis, and unanswered questions. Not all of these are truly out of place in the strict sense, but they share a quality of unsettling the narrative, of making the familiar arc of history feel less certain. When approaching Uparts, one must hold two ideas in balance. The first is that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Without clear documentation, provenance, and reproducible testing, it is easy for speculation to outpace fact. The second is that history is rarely as neat as the textbooks suggest. Gaps in the record, destroyed sites, lost manuscripts, and unrecognized inventions mean that our picture of the past is always incomplete. Within those gaps, the possibility, however slim, remains that some Uparts are exactly what their most enthusiastic supporters claim them to be. Even the most skeptical archaeologist might admit a certain thrill in examining an object that seems to defy explanation. In that moment, the artifact becomes a bridge between two possibilities: the known world, with its layers of carefully assembled evidence, and the imagined world, where entire civilizations wait to be rediscovered. It is this tension, more than any single artifact, that keeps the subject alive in both scholarly debate and public fascination. Whether they are geological oddities, misinterpreted relics, or genuine pieces of lost history, Uparts remind us of the importance of looking closely, questioning deeply, and accepting that not every question will find a final answer. They also invite humility. For even in an age of advanced science and technology, there remain corners of the past that resist easy classification. Somewhere, in a private collection or a forgotten storage room, there may be another object waiting to take its place among the ranks of the unexplained. Its story, like those of the London Hammer and the Kozo artifact, will depend not only on what it is, but on how it is seen, told, and remembered. And when it comes to Uparts, the debate is rarely about the object alone. It is about the boundaries of what we think we know and the willingness to push beyond them. Before anyone ever lowered a camera into the deep, the giant squid existed somewhere between truth and legend. Its name appeared in sailors' logs, naturalists' sketches, and the whispered accounts of coastal fishing towns. But for generations, no one could claim to have seen one alive. The only evidence washed ashore in decaying fragments. Tentacles with suckers the size of dinner plates, beaks large enough to slice through bone, and pale, rubbery flesh marbled with scars. These remains hinted at a creature that roamed a world far beyond human reach, hidden in the black waters thousands of feet below the surface. To many, it seemed almost a myth, a fearsome shape born from salt-soaked imaginations and nights spent staring at a horizon that refused to give up its secrets. And yet, scattered through history, were accounts too consistent to dismiss entirely. Norwegian fishermen spoke of arms that coiled up from the depths, dragging their catch away. In 18th century Denmark, Bishop Erik Pontoppidan wrote of the kraken, a sea beast so large it could be mistaken for an island. French naturalists of the 19th century examined enormous, rotting tentacles retrieved from whaling ships, and in the process gave the giant squid its scientific name, Architeuthis dux, the ruling squid. But no matter how carefully these men measured and catalogued what they found, the animal itself remained frustratingly elusive. Every sample was damaged, every sighting fleeting, every claim just beyond the reach of proof. Part of the mystery came from the squid's chosen home. These animals live in the deep ocean, often at depths of 2,000 to 3,000 feet, in a cold, pressurized world where sunlight cannot penetrate. Here, the pressures are immense, the environment inhospitable to most life, and the odds of encountering a living giant squid almost non-existent. For centuries, human exploration of these depths was impossible. The stories persisted, not because the animal was common, but because it inspired fascination that never faded. Scientists were certain it existed. The remains proved as much. But confirming its living presence in its own habitat would take a leap in technology and patience, unlike anything attempted before. By the mid-20th century, marine biologists had new tools to explore the ocean. Submersibles could descend to greater depths, deep-sea cameras could be lowered on cables, and trawl nets could bring up creatures never before studied. Even so, the giant squid resisted every attempt to capture it on film. Those who chased it would often return with nothing but grainy images of other deep-sea life, or worse, empty nets. The animal seemed to vanish into the black at the slightest disturbance, as if it knew to keep its distance from the strange lights and machines sent to find it. And so, the hunt became more focused and more personal. One of the most determined efforts came from Japanese researchers Tsunemi Kubodera and Kyoichi Mori. They approached the problem with patience and precision, setting up cameras in known squid habitats near the Ogasawara Islands, an archipelago in the Pacific where large specimens had occasionally been caught in fishing lines. The plan was simple in theory, but in practice, it required days at sea, careful baiting, and the ability to read subtle patterns in the movement of smaller marine life, clues that something larger might be nearby. The breakthrough came in two stages. In 2004, the researchers captured the first photographs of a living giant squid in its natural habitat. The images, taken nearly 3,000 feet below the surface, showed the animal wrapping its long tentacles around the bait before retreating into the darkness. For the first time, the mystery had a face. Long, sinuous arms lined with sharp-toothed suckers, a muscular mantle, and enormous eyes adapted to the gloom of the deep. The photographs electrified both the scientific community and the public. A creature that had eluded capture for centuries was suddenly real in a way that no washed-up remains could ever be. 2 years later, Kubodera went one step further. Using a specially designed submersible and an array of baited lures, he and his team managed to film a live, adult giant squid in full motion. The footage was surreal. The squid glided effortlessly, its arms unfurling like ribbons, its eyes scanning the water before making sudden, powerful movements to seize its prey. The scale was difficult to comprehend. Even on video, the squid's size seemed exaggerated, as though it were a model built to look impossibly large. Yet here it was, moving with the grace of a predator perfectly adapted to its world. What the images and video revealed was more than just confirmation of an old tale. They showed a living animal that was neither the mindless monster of legend nor the sluggish deep-sea drifter some scientists had imagined. The giant squid was an active hunter capable of bursts of speed, fine control of its long feeding tentacles, and what appeared to be calculated responses to the camera's presence. Every movement hinted at a complex predator built for life in an alien environment. The discovery also deepened the mystery of how the squid fits into the larger ecosystem of the deep. One of its most formidable predators, the sperm whale, bears circular scars believed to come from the squid's powerful suckers. These marks suggest violent battles between two of the ocean's largest creatures, fought in the dark, crushing depths. The squid's enormous eyes, the largest of any known animal, are thought to detect the faintest glimmers of light from bioluminescent organisms, or perhaps the shadow of a hunting whale. Even with the new footage, vast parts of its life cycle remain unknown. No one has seen a giant squid mate in the wild, lay eggs, or hatch. Its biology raises further questions. The animal's beak is made of chitin, harder than almost any other organic material in the sea. Its muscle structure allows it to generate sudden bursts of speed, while its nervous system is one of the largest among invertebrates. Some researchers speculate that the squid's intelligence, while not equal to that of its smaller cousins the octopuses, could be greater than most deep-sea predators. But proving such theories requires more than a few fleeting minutes of footage. Even now, years after those first photographs and videos were captured, the giant squid remains an enigma. Each new sighting, whether from a remotely operated vehicle, a fishing vessel, or an underwater camera rig, adds a few pieces to the puzzle, but leaves entire sections blank. It is a reminder that the ocean, vast and largely unexplored, still holds animals capable of reshaping our understanding of life on Earth. Perhaps what is most striking is how quickly the squid's image shifted in the public imagination. Once a symbol of terror, used in adventure novels and old sailors' yarns to represent the unfathomable dangers of the sea, it has become a symbol of discovery, proof that patience, science, and curiosity can pierce even the darkest corners of the natural world. The giant squid did not emerge from the depths as a monster. It emerged as itself, a survivor of millions of years of evolution, a specialist in a realm humans are only beginning to enter, a living connection between myth and reality. The ocean still conceals more than it reveals. Every descent into its depths carries the possibility of finding something unexpected, something that forces us to rethink what we believe about life on our planet. The giant squid's appearance on film may have answered one question, but it opened many others, and in doing so, reminded us that mystery is not a barrier to knowledge, but a door to it. And beyond that door, there will always be more waiting to be found. The fossil itself was so small that at first glance, it might have been mistaken for a fragment of bone lost among the dust of the South African earth. Its smooth curves, however, hinted at something unusual. The delicately shaped skull, no larger than a grapefruit, seemed to belong to a child, yet it was not quite human. The eye sockets were large and round, the jaw was small, and the shape of the cranium suggested a brain smaller than that of any modern person. Still, the arrangement of features hinted at intelligence, at a place in the human lineage. In this unassuming piece of ancient bone, the story of our species took an unexpected turn. The setting for its discovery was the limestone-rich region of Taung, a mining area that, during the early 20th century, was better known for its industrial activity than for any contribution to science. Miners quarried the rock for lime, often encountering fossilized remains of animals that had once roamed the region. Most of these were catalogued as curiosities. Interesting, but of little consequence to the broader understanding of history. It was in one such shipment of fossil-laden rock, destined for academic study, that the small skull first came to light. Raymond Dart, an Australian-born anatomist working at the University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, had not been expecting a find of such magnitude. In late 1924, he was preparing for a wedding when a box of rocks arrived from the Taung quarry. The delivery was meant for the university's collection, yet one piece caught his eye. Protruding from the hard matrix was the cast of a tiny brain case, its surface imprinted with the delicate folds and ridges of a once living mind. Dart, driven by a mixture of curiosity and intuition, put aside his personal plans and began the painstaking work of freeing the fossil from its stone prison. It took weeks of careful labor with dental tools to expose the full form of the skull. As the face emerged, Dart's excitement grew. The specimen had a combination of traits unlike anything he had studied before. The teeth were small and human-like, the jaw was lightly built, and the position of the foramen magnum, the hole at the base of the skull where the spinal cord passes, was forward-facing, suggesting that this being had walked upright. At the same time, the brain was small, closer in size to that of an ape than a modern human. Dart realized he was looking at a transitional form, a bridge between the apes and humanity. When Dart published his findings in early 1925, he named the species Australopithecus africanus, meaning southern ape of Africa. The announcement was bold. At the time, many scientists still believed that human origins lay in Europe or Asia, guided by discoveries like the so-called Piltdown man in England, which later turned out to be a fraud. Dart's assertion that the cradle of humanity might instead be in Africa challenged deeply entrenched ideas. The Taung child, as it came to be called, was not merely another fossil, it was a direct challenge to the prevailing narrative of human evolution. The initial reaction from the scientific community was far from welcoming. Many of Dart's peers dismissed the find as nothing more than a juvenile ape. The skepticism was partly rooted in entrenched beliefs and partly in the difficulty of accepting evidence from a single specimen. Critics argued that without more fossils, Dart's claims were speculative at best. Some clung to the Piltdown remains as proof that the evolutionary story had unfolded elsewhere. In time, the irony became clear. The Piltdown fossil was a deliberate hoax, while the Taung child was genuine. Despite the early resistance, Dart was confident in his interpretation. He emphasized the combination of upright posture, human-like teeth, and small brain as key indicators of a transitional species. His view was that bipedalism, the ability to walk on two legs, had evolved before significant brain enlargement, a sequence that contradicted earlier assumptions. This idea would later be confirmed by a wealth of fossil evidence, but at the time, it was revolutionary. The Taung child's preservation was extraordinary. Not only was the skull intact, but the natural infilling of the brain cavity had created a detailed endocast, a perfect mold of the brain's outer surface. This allowed scientists to study the impressions left by blood vessels and brain folds, providing rare insight into the neurological structure of an ancient species. The anatomy revealed by the fossil hinted at a brain reorganized for more complex behaviors, even if its size was modest. Beyond its anatomical significance, the fossil offered a glimpse into the environment of early human ancestors. The surrounding sediments contained the remains of antelopes, monkeys, and other animals, suggesting a savanna-like habitat. Predatory birds, it seemed, were also part of the ecosystem. Some researchers have proposed that the Taung child may have been killed by an eagle or similar raptor, its skull bearing small puncture marks consistent with talon strikes. If true, this detail adds a poignant note to the fossil's story. A young life cut short, preserved by chance, and destined to reshape our understanding of the past. Over the decades that followed, additional discoveries across Africa began to confirm Dart's interpretation. Fossils from sites in South Africa, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and Kenya revealed a rich diversity of early hominins. The Australopithecines, once doubted, became central to the human story. The Taung child's combination of traits, upright posture, human-like teeth, and a small brain, fit neatly into this expanding framework. Each new find strengthened the case that Africa was indeed the birthplace of humanity. The shift in scientific consensus did not happen overnight. For years, the fossil was quietly stored, studied by a handful of specialists, while debates raged in academic journals. Gradually, however, the weight of evidence grew too heavy to ignore. By the mid-20th century, the idea of African origins for humanity had gained broad acceptance. In this new light, the Taung child was recognized not as an isolated curiosity, but as the first messenger of a deeper truth. Today, the fossil remains a touchstone in paleoanthropology. Its discovery marks the point at which the search for human origins pivoted toward Africa, setting the stage for some of the most important archaeological work of the century. The child's face, reconstructed in countless museum displays, gazes out with a mixture of innocence and ancient wisdom. It is a reminder that our species' story is not confined to the recent past, but stretches back through countless generations, each shaped by the challenges of survival and change. In museums, the Taung child is often displayed alongside other Australopithecines, part of a lineage that includes the famous Lucy from Ethiopia and the robust species known for their powerful jaws. Visitors can see the differences and similarities, tracing the gradual shift from ape-like ancestors to modern humans. For many, the small skull is more than a scientific specimen. It is a tangible link to a world both alien and familiar, a world where our ancestors walked upright on open plains, their survival dependent on keen senses, cooperation, and adaptability. The significance of the Taung child lies not only in what it revealed, but in the questions it raised. How did upright walking change the way our ancestors lived? What social structures existed among these early hominins? How did they interact with predators and competitors? These questions continue to drive research, drawing scientists back to the fossil record in search of answers. Each new study adds detail to the picture, refining our understanding of the path that led to us. Even now, nearly a century after its discovery, the Taung child has lessons to teach. Advances in technology, from high-resolution scanning to isotopic analysis, allow researchers to revisit the fossil with fresh eyes. Subtle aspects of its growth and development can be compared to those of both modern humans and our closest primate relatives. Such work deepens our appreciation for the complexity of evolution, showing that our story is not a straight line, but a branching, intricate web. The journey of the Taung child, from a block of limestone in a South African quarry to a celebrated icon of human evolution, is a testament to the power of observation, patience, and open-mindedness. It reminds us that great discoveries can emerge from the most unlikely places, often when we least expect them. One small skull, preserved by chance, has reshaped our view of who we are and where we come from. The next chapter in this series will turn to another discovery, one that, like the Taung child, challenged assumptions and expanded the boundaries of knowledge in ways no one could have foreseen. Under the blazing sun of the American Southwest, certain cliffs and plateaus carry an unsettling geological truth that is almost invisible to the casual passerby. To look at them, one might think they tell an unbroken story of the Earth's past, a continuous stacking of layers that geologists could read like pages in a book. Yet, when the careful observer traces the meeting point of certain rock strata, a disquieting realization emerges. There are entire chapters missing. One layer might belong to a time hundreds of millions of years old, and directly above it rests rock from a far more recent age. The layers that should exist between them are absent, gone without a trace. This jarring contact, where vastly younger stone lies directly upon much older formations, became known as the Great Unconformity, and its implications would rattle the field of geology to its core. Long before the term was coined, such gaps puzzled the earliest students of Earth's history. The idea that layers could be missing seemed improbable, for natural deposition is usually relentless, building a near-continuous record of the planet's changing environments. A missing page or two might be explained by erosion, but the Great Unconformity represented not a few thousand years of loss, but hundreds of millions. This was not a minor oversight in the geologic ledger. It was a yawning gulf in time, where no rocks survived to tell what happened. For a science that was still assembling the basic timeline of Earth's story, this absence presented both a mystery and a challenge. The concept began to crystallize in the late 18th century with the work of James Hutton, a Scottish geologist whose insights into deep time would influence generations of scientists. On the rocky coastlines and uplands of Scotland, Hutton saw angular unconformities, places where tilted ancient rock was overlain by younger horizontal layers. The contact lines were sharp, the transitions abrupt. In some cases, the older rocks had been hardened by pressure and heat, deformed into near vertical beds, only to be planed flat and buried under much younger sediments. Hutton realized that the processes responsible, uplift, erosion, submergence, and deposition, required far more time than most people imagined the Earth to possess. Though he could not have foreseen every detail, the seeds of understanding were sown. The planet's crust was not a static archive, but a restless, ever-changing record keeper, prone to losing as much history as it preserved. As the 19th and early 20th centuries unfolded, geologists encountered similar puzzles in different corners of the world. Nowhere, perhaps, is the Great Unconformity more striking than in the walls of the Grand Canyon. There, amid the multicolored cliffs and plateaus carved by the Colorado River, the stark contact between ancient Vishnu schist and far younger Cambrian sandstones leaps into view. The schist is roughly 1.75 billion years old, formed deep within the Earth's crust under immense heat and pressure. Above it lies Tapete sandstone, deposited in shallow seas about 540 million years ago. The span of missing time between them is staggering, more than 1 billion years unrecorded. This revelation did not arrive all at once. Field geologists meticulously mapped the canyon's strata, tracing contacts, noting anomalies, and piecing together the larger picture. What they saw was unnerving. The Great Unconformity was not an isolated quirk of the Grand Canyon, but part of a global phenomenon. Similar breaks were found across North America, in Australia, in parts of Africa, and beyond. No matter where they looked, the pattern emerged: ancient crystalline basement rocks topped abruptly by much younger sedimentary layers, with the intermediate record absent. It was as though the planet had gone silent for an impossibly long stretch, leaving no written account of what transpired. The causes of this disappearance have been debated for decades. Some scientists point to vast episodes of erosion, where entire mountain ranges were worn down to their roots by wind, water, and ice. Others suggest that plate tectonics played a role, with continents shifting, colliding, and rifting apart, dragging sections of the crust deep into the mantle where their history was obliterated. More recent hypotheses involve the so-called snowball Earth episodes, global-scale glaciations in which ice sheets may have scraped continents nearly clean, removing vast amounts of rock and sediment. If such events occurred, they could explain not only the missing material, but also the sharp and widespread nature of the unconformity. Understanding the Great Unconformity required an uncomfortable admission. The geological record is not a flawless account of Earth's past. It is riddled with absences, distortions, and edits made by natural processes over incomprehensible spans of time. For early geologists, this realization forced a re-evaluation of the discipline's central task. No longer could they assume that reading the rocks was like reading a continuous book. Instead, they had to accept that vast chapters were gone forever, and that what survived might be misleading without careful context. In practical terms, this meant developing new ways to piece together history from scattered clues. Radiometric dating, refined throughout the 20th century, provided a means to assign absolute ages to rocks, revealing the sheer scale of the missing intervals. Fossil evidence helped where it existed, but in the case of the Great Unconformity, the oldest basement rocks predated complex life, and the overlying sediments often marked the beginning of the Cambrian explosion, a time when multicellular life diversified rapidly. The missing record, then, covered the rise and fall of entire ancient worlds that left little or no trace behind. For the public, the Great Unconformity became a reminder of how incomplete our understanding of the past remains. The idea that a billion years of history could vanish is humbling, challenging the human tendency to see the past as knowable and neatly ordered. For scientists, it is both a frustration and a source of fascination, a puzzle that continues to provoke fieldwork, laboratory experiments, and theoretical models. Research into the Great Unconformity has even intersected with questions about the evolution of life. Some argue that the erosion or removal of so much crustal material may have altered the chemistry of the oceans, possibly contributing to the conditions that allowed complex life to flourish. Others remain cautious, noting that correlation does not prove causation. What is certain is that the unconformity represents a turning point in Earth's geological story, bridging the deep Precambrian with the more familiar Phanerozoic eon. Standing at the base of a cliff where the Great Unconformity is exposed, one is confronted by a physical embodiment of absence. Your eyes may trace the smooth, ancient surface of the basement rock, then shift upward to the younger layers above, yet there is nothing to see of the billion years that should lie between. The mind strains to imagine landscapes that rose and fell, oceans that came and went, climates that warmed and froze, and life forms that perhaps existed but left no record. It is a silence that speaks volumes about the fragility of the geological archive. Modern studies continue to refine the story. High-resolution dating techniques, isotopic analyses, and new models of plate movement are revealing hints about when and how the missing layers disappeared. In some regions, the gap appears to have opened gradually, as erosion slowly removed material over hundreds of millions of years. In others, it may have been more abrupt, tied to dramatic tectonic or glacial events. Yet, despite these advances, the overall picture remains tantalizingly incomplete. What makes the Great Unconformity so compelling is not only its scale, but also its universality. It is not confined to a single continent or climate zone. It is a planetary feature, hinting at global processes that reshaped the surface on an almost unimaginable scale. That it coincides, in many places, with the dawn of abundant complex life only deepens the intrigue, suggesting that the loss of so much crustal record may have been part of the prelude to a biological revolution. Even as technology advances, certain aspects of the Great Unconformity may remain forever unknowable. The physical evidence is gone, and with it, the direct story of that vanished billion years. What remains is a boundary line, a contact in the rock that marks where our knowledge falters. It is a reminder that the Earth is not a perfect historian, that it erases as much as it records, and that our understanding is always subject to revision as new evidence emerges. Perhaps that is the true legacy of the Great Unconformity. It teaches humility. It urges caution in the face of apparent certainty, and it encourages scientists to think not only about what is present, but also about what is absent. The sharp line between ancient schist and younger sandstone is more than a physical boundary. It is a symbol of the limits of human knowledge and of the vastness of time that lies beyond our grasp. The great unconformity remains one of geology's grand riddles, an invitation to keep exploring, keep questioning, and keep assembling the fragments of Earth's story from the pieces that remain. And while the gap it represents can never be filled in the traditional sense, the pursuit of its origins continues to shape the way we see the planet's past. It is a reminder that even in absence, there is presence, a presence of mystery, of possibility, and of the enduring drive to understand the world beneath our feet. The next part of our journey will carry us far from these cliffs and plateaus into a different kind of discovery entirely, one that will challenge a wholly different corner of human understanding. A vast body of liquid stretches across a frozen landscape, its surface reflecting the pale light of a distant sun. But this is not a scene from Earth. Here, the air is thick with nitrogen, the temperature is hundreds of degrees below freezing, and the water is not water at all, it is liquid methane. This is Titan, Saturn's largest moon, and the place where humanity first confirmed that there was another world in the solar system with lakes on its surface. The idea that a moon over 1 billion kilometers away could hold anything resembling a lake had been a matter of speculation for decades. Titan had long been a target of fascination for astronomers, not because it was warm or Earth-like in the traditional sense, but because it seemed to have the right ingredients for something extraordinary. When the Voyager spacecraft flew past in the early 1980s, the images it returned showed a world shrouded in a thick, golden haze. The surface was completely hidden, leaving scientists with nothing but guesses. Some imagined endless deserts of frozen hydrocarbons, while others wondered whether Titan's frigid crust might conceal seas of methane or ethane. For years, those possibilities remained locked away behind the atmospheric curtain. Even the most powerful Earth-based telescopes could not penetrate Titan's thick smog. The breakthrough came when the Cassini-Huygens mission was launched in the late 1990s. Cassini, built to orbit Saturn for over a decade, was equipped with radar capable of seeing through Titan's haze. Its smaller companion, the Huygens probe, was designed to plunge through that atmosphere and touch the surface. Together, they would transform Titan from a distant, featureless point of light into a richly detailed world. When Cassini arrived at Saturn in 2004, Titan quickly became one of its main priorities. Early radar passes began to sketch out the moon's hidden surface, revealing mountains, plains, and bizarre branching channels. Then came the shapes that caught everyone's attention. Vast, dark, smooth areas that looked nothing like the surrounding terrain. Their edges were sharply defined, and some appeared to have shorelines curving around peninsulas and islands. The suspicion was immediate. These were lakes, but not of water. At Titan's frigid temperatures, methane and ethane, normally gases on Earth, could exist as liquids. The confirmation came with further passes. One feature in particular, located near Titan's North Pole, stood out for its sheer size. This was Ligeia Mare, a methane sea larger than Lake Superior on Earth. Its radar signature was so smooth that it betrayed a calm surface, possibly disturbed only by slow, frigid waves no higher than a few centimeters. Scientists realized they were looking at an alien equivalent of a great terrestrial lake, complete with coastlines, inlets, and perhaps seasonal changes in level. The presence of such a feature raised profound questions. On Earth, lakes form as part of a cycle, fed by precipitation, rivers, and groundwater. Could Titan have a similar cycle, only with methane instead of water? The evidence began to build. Cassini spotted clouds drifting in Titan's atmosphere, and some appeared to produce methane rain. Channels carved into the icy surface hinted at flowing liquid that eventually drained into the lakes. This was not a static frozen wasteland. It was an active world with weather, erosion, and hydrology, all operating on substances that would be deadly to human life. The Huygens probe, during its historic descent in January 2005, provided the most immediate sense of Titan's alien nature. Though it landed far from the northern lakes, it photographed channels leading toward what looked like a dried-up basin. The surface was littered with rounded pebbles of water ice, frozen so hard by the cold that they behaved like rock. Huygens confirmed that methane rain had once flowed here, shaping the terrain just as water shapes Earth. The connection between this site and the great methane lakes far to the north became part of a larger picture. Titan had its own version of the water cycle, but with methane as the key liquid. What made this discovery so extraordinary was not only its novelty, but also what it suggested about chemistry and the potential for life. On Earth, methane is produced in large part by biological processes. The methane on Titan, however, is constantly broken down by sunlight and must be replenished from some source, either geological activity or chemical reactions deep within the Moon. Some scientists began to wonder if, under Titan's surface or along the edges of its lakes, exotic forms of life might exist, relying on methane as a solvent instead of water. It would not be life as we know it, but it would redefine the possibilities for habitability in the universe. Exploration of Ligeia Mare and other northern lakes revealed that they were not uniform in composition. Radar and infrared data suggested that some lakes were rich in ethane, while others were dominated by methane. The variation hinted at complex interactions between the atmosphere and the surface, possibly driven by seasonal changes. On Titan, 1 year lasts nearly 29 Earth years, and the northern hemisphere experiences summer for over a decade at a time. During this period, sunlight, weak though it is, warms the polar regions just enough to influence evaporation and rainfall. When the seasons shift, the lakes may expand or shrink, and storms may redistribute liquid across the surface. One particularly intriguing find was that Titan's lakes have extremely steep shorelines in some areas, suggesting that the liquid has dissolved or carved into the icy crust over time. This erosion might create underwater channels or caverns, further complicating the Moon's already alien geography. The thought of methane waves breaking on an icy shore under a dim orange sky captured the imagination of scientists and the public alike. Despite the wealth of data from Cassini and Huygens, many questions remain unanswered. How deep are these lakes? Radar soundings indicate that Ligeia Mare could be more than 170 meters deep in places, but others may plunge far deeper. What lies beneath the methane, sediments, frozen bedrock, or something unexpected? And how dynamic is the methane cycle over longer timescales? Without a new mission, these mysteries will persist. Plans have been proposed for future exploration, including floating probes that could sail across a methane lake, sampling its composition and monitoring weather patterns. Such a craft would need to withstand extreme cold, operate in dim light, and communicate across vast distances. Yet the allure of directly exploring an alien sea has kept these ideas alive, and Titan remains high on the list of destinations for planetary scientists. The discovery of Ligeia Mare and the other methane lakes reshaped our understanding of the solar system. Before Titan, Earth was thought to be unique in having stable liquid bodies on its surface. Now, it is clear that liquid can exist in many forms, given the right combination of temperature and atmospheric pressure. This realization has implications for the search for life far beyond our own system, suggesting that moons and planets once dismissed as barren might harbor active, dynamic environments. The image of a methane lake on Titan endures as one of the most compelling visions in planetary science. It is a reminder that the universe is not limited to familiar patterns, and that nature can find ways to create worlds utterly unlike our own, yet governed by the same physical laws. Somewhere, beneath the orange skies and nitrogen haze, the surface of Ligeia Mare remains calm, waiting for the day when another probe, or perhaps one day, a human-built vessel, will drift across its alien waters. For now, the discovery stands as one of the great milestones in the exploration of our cosmic neighborhood. It is proof that even in the most distant and hostile places, there can be beauty, complexity, and the possibility of processes we have yet to imagine. What Cassini and Huygens revealed was more than just a lake. It was a glimpse into the adaptability of nature itself and a promise that other strange and remarkable landscapes are still waiting to be found. The first impression of the Villa of the Papyri is not of architecture, art, or the sweep of its colonnades. It is of words, locked away in blackened fragments that once held the voices of antiquity. These fragments, brittle and scarred by fire, are not the sort of relics that dazzle at first glance. They are small, crumbling pieces of a greater whole, their surfaces darkened beyond recognition, their text hidden beneath layers of carbonized crust. And yet, for scholars, they hold more promise than almost any gilded artifact. They are pieces of a library, buried not in dust or neglect, but under the cataclysmic force of Mount Vesuvius in the year 79, preserved by disaster rather than lost to it. The villa itself rests in Herculaneum, a city less famous than nearby Pompeii, yet in some ways better preserved. While Pompeii was buried under a rain of pumice and ash, Herculaneum was swallowed by a fast-moving surge of volcanic material that hardened into a dense mass, sealing entire streets like a time capsule. For nearly 2,000 years, the Villa of the Papyri lay entombed there, untouched, its rooms intact, its possessions undisturbed. It was not until the middle of the 18th century that its hidden treasures began to emerge, treasures that would ignite the imaginations of historians and philologists alike. In the year 1752, a team of workmen digging a well struck upon marble flooring. Further exploration revealed the outlines of an opulent seaside residence. The villa's name was not yet known, but its sheer size and luxurious design suggested it had belonged to a person of extraordinary wealth. The excavation was difficult, for the hardened volcanic material was like stone, and each tunnel carved into it was a feat of engineering. These tunnels revealed statues, bronzes, mosaics, objects that spoke of a life of privilege and cultivated taste. But the most significant discovery came in a room whose appearance gave little hint of what it contained. There, stacked in neat rows, were hundreds of tightly rolled objects, black and cracked with age. At first, they were mistaken for simple lumps of charcoal or burned logs. Only when one was accidentally broken open did the truth become clear. It was a scroll of papyrus, its writing barely visible beneath the carbonized surface. This was something remarkable, a library from the Roman world, preserved by the same force that had sought to obliterate it. The collection became known as the Herculaneum Papyri, and the building that housed them gained the name we use today, the Villa of the Papyri. It is believed to have been the property of Lucius Calpurnius Piso Caesoninus, the father-in-law of Julius Caesar, a man known for his patronage of poets and philosophers. If this is true, the villa's library may represent just a fraction of what was once a much larger intellectual archive. The scrolls themselves date largely from the 1st century BCE and are written primarily in Greek, with some Latin texts among them. Many belong to the Epicurean school of philosophy, offering insights into a worldview that valued the pursuit of pleasure and the absence of pain as the highest good. Yet accessing this knowledge was not straightforward. The scrolls were too fragile to unroll by hand. Any attempt risked reducing them to dust. In the 18th century, the Neapolitan court enlisted the help of skilled craftsmen and scholars to develop techniques for unrolling them. One such method involved a device that carefully peeled away layers, revealing the writing beneath. This was a slow and meticulous process, sometimes taking months to fully open a single scroll, and even then, the writing could be faint and incomplete. Many scrolls were damaged or destroyed during these early efforts, their text lost forever. Over the following centuries, the papyri became an enduring challenge for scholars. The ink, made from carbon, was nearly indistinguishable from the carbonized papyrus surface, making the writing exceptionally difficult to read. Early attempts at decipherment relied on the naked eye or magnifying lenses, with varying degrees of success. The contents revealed so far included works by the philosopher Philodemus, treatises on ethics, rhetoric, and music, and fragments of historical accounts. But tantalizing gaps remained, hinting at the possibility of lost works by other ancient authors whose writings had vanished from the historical record. In the modern era, the Villa of the Papyri has undergone a transformation in how it is studied. Non-invasive imaging techniques, particularly multispectral imaging, have allowed scholars to detect subtle differences in how the ink and papyrus reflect light. Even more revolutionary has been the use of X-ray phase contrast tomography, which can reveal the structure of a scroll's layers without unrolling it at all. By virtually peeling the scroll in digital space, researchers can reconstruct the text without risking damage to the fragile material. These methods have already brought to light passages that had been unreadable for over 2,000 years. One of the most remarkable aspects of the discovery is how it bridges the ancient and modern worlds. The people who wrote these scrolls lived in a society whose political intrigues, philosophical debates, and cultural life are often filtered through the surviving works of a handful of authors. But here, preserved by fire and ash, are the direct voices of that world, personal, philosophical, and unaltered by centuries of copying and reinterpretation. Each deciphered line is a direct transmission from antiquity, bypassing the fragile chain of manuscript preservation that has shaped our understanding of the past. The villa itself, too, remains a subject of fascination. Its architecture, reconstructed in part from the excavations, inspired modern designs, most famously the Getty Villa in California, which is a near replica. The original, however, is only partially uncovered. Large portions remain buried beneath modern Herculaneum, inaccessible without disrupting the town above. It is entirely possible that further rooms, and perhaps further libraries, still lie hidden. The thought that more scrolls could be waiting, sealed away for future generations to uncover, adds an air of unfinished potential to the site's story. The physical experience of standing before one of the papyri is humbling. They are small, often no longer than a forearm, their rolled shape distorted by heat and time. The surface is rough and flaking, the edges curled inward. In their damaged state, they carry the weight of survival, not just from the eruption, but from centuries of burial, rediscovery, and painstaking study. Each one is a survivor of a chain of events so improbable that it almost defies belief. While much of the public's fascination with Vesuvius centers on the human tragedy of Pompeii and Herculaneum, the bodies preserved in ash, the suddenness of the disaster, the Villa of the Papyri adds another dimension. It is not merely a story of lives interrupted, but of voices preserved, thoughts captured in the moment, and ideas frozen in mid-conversation. The destruction that obliterated the villa's inhabitants paradoxically shielded their words from the erosion of time. The ongoing work on the papyri is slow by necessity. Deciphering a single scroll can take years, and the interpretation of the text can be even slower, as scholars debate translations, context, and meaning. Yet this deliberate pace is also what ensures the survival of the fragile material. As technology advances, the hope is that more of the collection can be read without any physical intervention at all, leaving the scrolls intact for future generations to study. There is a quiet drama in imagining what else might be hidden in those still unread scrolls. Lost works by Aristotle, histories that contradict the narratives we know, entire genres of literature that never survived elsewhere. The answers may yet come, but only in fragments, line by line, as the patient work continues. In the end, the Villa of the Papyri stands as both a monument to human fragility and a testament to the endurance of ideas. Its walls, now partly open to the air, still look out toward the Bay of Naples, much as they did before that August day in the 1st century. The library's words, though charred and broken, are finding their way back into the world, reshaping what we know of Rome's intellectual landscape. The story of these scrolls is far from finished. There may come a day when the last unread papyrus yields its secrets, when the voices buried for 2 millennia finally speak in full. Until then, the Villa of the Papyri remains a place where loss and preservation coexist, where the past survives not in marble or bronze, but in the fragile threads of thought preserved against all odds. And somewhere beyond this chapter, another discovery awaits. Different in nature, yet bound to challenge our understanding in ways we cannot yet imagine. It began, not with a triumphant announcement, but with a small set of bones and a skull fragment, quietly shown to a select few in a Sussex village in the year 1912. Charles Dawson, an amateur antiquarian with a reputation for making curious finds, claimed to have uncovered the missing link between ape and man. The place was Piltdown, a modest settlement that until then had no claim to fame. Dawson said he had retrieved the remains from gravel beds in a nearby pit, their surfaces stained a deep brown, as if time itself had soaked into them. To those who saw the pieces, particularly the unusual jawbone with its ape-like curve, paired with a skull that suggested a human-sized brain, it was a discovery that promised to rewrite the story of human evolution. The early 20th century was a fertile ground for such revelations. The theory of evolution had already upended traditional views of life's origins, and the quest for fossil evidence of humanity's earliest ancestors was a fiercely competitive pursuit. Discoveries in Java and Germany had provided tantalizing but incomplete glimpses of primitive humans. Yet no such remains had been found in Britain, and for many, that absence was glaring. Piltdown seemed to change all of that. Here, at last, was proof that ancient man had walked the English countryside, and not just any man, but one whose large brain suggested intelligence had been present far earlier than many had believed. When Dawson brought the bones to Arthur Smith Woodward, the keeper of geology at the British Museum, the matter began to take on official weight. Woodward examined the pieces and agreed they were remarkable. By the end of that year, they presented their findings to the Geological Society of London. The proposed reconstruction, human skull, ape-like jaw, fit neatly into the prevailing belief that brain size had increased early in human evolution. It also flattered national pride, placing Britain alongside the great archaeological discoveries of the time. The press seized on the story, describing the specimen as Eoanthropus dawsoni, Dawson's dawn man. For decades, the Piltdown skull was accepted as genuine by much of the scientific establishment. Textbooks incorporated it, museum displays featured replicas, and scholarly debates shaped themselves around its implications. Other finds were measured against it, sometimes dismissed if they did not seem to align. The combination of authority, public enthusiasm, and the fossil's apparent fit with certain expectations gave it a credibility that was rarely questioned outright. But beneath this confidence, some murmured doubts persisted. From the beginning, certain anatomists noticed oddities. The jaw's teeth, for instance, were worn in a pattern unusual for apes but inconsistent with the shape of the jawbone. Some suggested the canine tooth looked filed down. Others found the fit between the skull fragments and the jaw unconvincing. Yet these objections were often softened in print or overlooked entirely, particularly when weighed against the stature of those defending the find. In an age without modern dating techniques, visual examination and comparative anatomy were the primary tools, and subjective judgment could tilt conclusions in subtle ways. The passing years saw additional fragments claimed from Piltdown, each seeming to bolster the find's authenticity. Dawson himself did not live to see the eventual unraveling. He died in 1916, leaving behind a legacy of intrigue. The discovery's place in human history seemed fixed, but science does not remain still, and as new fossils emerged from Africa and Asia, finds that suggested smaller brains in early humans, Piltdown began to look increasingly out of step. By the mid-20th century, the tools for testing authenticity had changed dramatically. Fluorine analysis, which measures the amount of fluorine absorbed by bones from groundwater over time, offered a means of estimating relative ages. In 1953, a team led by Kenneth Oakley of the British Museum applied this method to the Piltdown remains. The results were startling. The skull fragments were of relatively recent age, perhaps only a few thousand years old, while the jawbone was even younger. Moreover, microscopic examination revealed that the teeth had indeed been filed, and both skull and jaw had been artificially stained to match the surrounding gravel. The revelation was swift and devastating. What had been hailed as a landmark in human origins was exposed as a deliberate forgery. The Piltdown man was not an ancient human at all, but a composite. The skull of a medieval human, the jaw of an orangutan, and teeth carefully altered to bridge the gap. The staining had been achieved with iron and chromic acid, producing a uniform patina that fooled the eye, but not the microscope. Decades of scientific work built on this false foundation now had to be reconsidered. The question of who perpetrated the hoax became an enduring mystery in its own right. Suspicion naturally fell on Dawson, whose earlier discoveries had sometimes turned out to be dubious. He had access to the site, the motivation to elevate his standing, and a pattern of seeking recognition from learned societies. Yet others have been implicated over the years, ranging from scientists involved in the analysis to museum staff to figures as unlikely as Arthur Conan Doyle, who lived nearby and had an interest in exposing scientific arrogance. No definitive culprit has ever been proven beyond doubt, and the Piltdown affair remains as much a study in human ambition and credulity as in paleontology. The impact on science was profound. Trust in certain institutions suffered, and the affair became a cautionary tale about the dangers of confirmation bias. Piltdown had been accepted so readily in part because it matched what many wanted to find: a British ancestor with a large brain, consistent with a view of evolution that placed intellect at the forefront. When evidence fits too neatly into expectations, it can lull even skilled observers into overlooking contradictions. In the aftermath, the study of human evolution shifted focus. The growing body of African fossils, like those from Olduvai Gorge, offered a clearer and more consistent picture of early hominins. These finds often contradicted the Piltdown model, but freed from its influence, the emerging story showed smaller-brained ancestors evolving upright walking before significant brain expansion. The timeline of human development was rewritten with greater accuracy. The Piltdown hoax also underscored the importance of scientific self-correction. While it took 40 years to expose, it was ultimately scientists who uncovered the truth. The episode reinforced the value of rigorous testing, skepticism, and the willingness to revisit accepted conclusions. It remains a reminder that science is not infallible, but its strength lies in its capacity to revise and improve its understanding. Even today, Piltdown serves as a touchstone in discussions of scientific fraud. Museums that once displayed replicas now use them as teaching tools, illustrating how easily human desires and assumptions can cloud judgment. For some, the affair is a source of embarrassment. For others, it is an invaluable lesson in vigilance. The bones, once so celebrated, now rest in secure storage, stripped of their grandeur but retaining a strange allure as artifacts of deception. Over a century after Dawson first revealed his find, the Piltdown man remains a case study in how a single falsehood can ripple outward, shaping thought and scholarship far beyond its original scope. It is not just a story about bones in a gravel pit, but about the human tendency to see what one wishes to see, and the slow, sometimes painful process of setting the record straight. In that sense, its legacy is twofold: a warning from the past and a quiet assurance that even the most entrenched errors can be overcome. The next chapter turns away from this tale of forgery and misplaced certainty and towards something altogether different, an account shaped not by the hand of deception, but by the peculiar circumstances of its survival and the questions it raises even now. One of the most revealing moments in the modern study of ancient Rome came not from a grand monument or imperial archive, but from walls painted nearly 2,000 years ago. These walls, covered in vibrant scenes and crude scribbles, survived by accident, sealed away when Mount Vesuvius erupted in the year 79. While the ruins of Pompeii as a whole have fascinated historians for centuries, it is the preserved frescoes and graffiti that offer the most intimate connection to the people who once lived there. Through them, the citizens of this doomed city speak across time, leaving behind not only their art, but their humor, desires, and political voices. It is a rare kind of survival, where color, texture, and expression remain almost as they were, allowing modern eyes to meet the ancient world without the distortions of imagination. The preservation was both complete and chaotic. On that late summer day, a violent column of ash and pumice rose high above Vesuvius, blotting out the sun. As roofs collapsed and streets filled with debris, houses became tombs for everything inside. But what buried the city also protected it. The walls, still covered in the pigments applied by artisans decades earlier, were locked in an airtight embrace of volcanic material. Frescoes in delicate yellows, deep reds, and lush greens were frozen in time, immune to the decay that would have claimed them in the open air. In an age when most ancient painting is known only from faint traces or written descriptions, Pompeii's frescoes stand almost unnervingly complete. When excavations began in the 18th century, the discovery of these paintings shocked European audiences. Until then, classical art was mostly associated with the pure white marble of statues and buildings. The frescoes of Pompeii overturned that vision entirely, revealing a Roman world that was anything but colorless. Entire rooms were painted in rich, almost theatrical tones. Figures from mythology lounged in luxurious detail, landscapes opened onto painted horizons. Still life scenes showed baskets of fruit so carefully shaded that they seemed tangible. These were not the austere, monochrome surroundings that neoclassical ideals had imagined. They were vibrant spaces, designed to impress and to surround daily life with drama. Some of the most famous works come from the so-called Villa of the Mysteries, where an entire sequence of wall paintings seems to depict an initiation into a secret religious cult. Life-sized figures in flowing garments turn toward each other, caught in moments of movement and expression. A woman flinches as another raises a whip, perhaps symbolizing ritual purification. Another gazes directly out at the viewer, breaking the scene's internal world to confront anyone who dares to stand in the room. Scholars still debate the exact meaning, but the power of the imagery is undeniable. These frescoes are not simply decoration, they are immersive, wrapping the viewer in an unfolding event. Yet Pompeii's painted walls are not only about high art. Equally revealing are the crude sketches, slogans, and everyday notes scratched into plaster by ordinary hands. Graffiti survives in staggering variety, from political endorsements urging citizens to vote for a certain candidate, to declarations of love, to insults hurled at rivals. One wall carries the boast, "Celadus the gladiator is the delight of the girls." Another records a simple request, "Come to the baths, we have good wine." Some graffiti is deeply personal, such as the mournful note left by a grieving friend for someone lost. These writings have the raw immediacy of street life, offering a counterpoint to the refined artistry of the frescoes. Taken together, the frescoes and graffiti form a layered portrait of Pompeii's society. The wealthy decorated their homes with scenes of gods, gardens, and grand illusions, projecting an image of refinement. Meanwhile, the people who move through the streets express themselves in quick, unpolished words that reveal a more spontaneous side of the city. Both forms, one carefully planned, the other impulsive, survived side by side, creating a rare fusion of official culture and everyday reality. The techniques behind the frescoes were as important as their subjects. Roman painters used the true fresco method, applying pigments directly into wet plaster so that the color became part of the wall itself. This process gave the images a luminous quality and made them remarkably durable. The volcanic ash that buried the city did not simply preserve the surface, it sealed the chemical bond between pigment and plaster, which is why the colors still seem fresh centuries later. Artisans often layered pigments to create depth, using shades of ochre, cinnabar, and Egyptian blue. These materials were costly, meaning that the most elaborate frescoes were a sign of wealth and status. Not all subjects were grand. Many rooms feature small panels of everyday life. A man selling bread, a fish laid out for cooking, a bowl of figs on a table. These images may have had symbolic meaning, but they also show an appreciation for the familiar and the domestic. In one house, a fresco depicts a guard dog chained at the entrance with the painted warning, "Cave Canem," beware of the dog. It is a reminder that some aspects of life, from property concerns to personal humor, have changed little over the centuries. The excavation and removal of these artworks have not always been gentle. In the earliest digs, frescoes were sometimes cut from walls to be displayed in museums or private collections, stripping them from their original context. Others were left exposed to weather and pollution, leading to fading and loss. Today, conservation efforts focus on preserving both the art and the environment that protects it, recognizing that the paintings are inseparable from the spaces they inhabit. Entire houses have been reconstructed or stabilized so that visitors can see the frescoes in the rooms where they were first painted, experiencing them as their original owners once did. There is also an awareness now of how the discovery of Pompeii's frescoes shaped modern ideas about ancient Rome. They challenged the notion of a purely sculptural, colorless past and influenced everything from interior design to the visual language of neoclassical art. Even the modern understanding of Roman domestic life, its architecture, its use of space, and its integration of art, owes much to the study of these preserved walls. In a way, Pompeii's eruption reshaped not only the city itself, but the way the world imagines the ancient world. The frescoes have also deepened historical understanding in unexpected ways. The graffiti provides evidence for literacy levels, public opinion, and even local slang. Political messages suggest that campaigns were loud, competitive, and highly visible, with candidates relying on teams of writers to spread their names. Commercial graffiti hints at the rhythms of the market and the popularity of public baths, taverns, and entertainment. There are even rare glimpses into personal conflict, with insults and accusations carved into plaster for all to see. This preserved chatter of the streets adds life to the still images, creating a sense of a city alive with conversation, debate, and humor. Yet there is a poignancy in these walls. Many of the frescoes depict moments of leisure, luxury, and celebration, scenes painted by people who could not have known how little time they had left. A dining room adorned with dancing figures might have hosted gatherings just days before ash rained down. A bedroom with a painted garden might have been someone's last sight before darkness fell. The eruption preserved not just art, but the final frame of lives interrupted. Modern visitors walking through Pompeii can still step into rooms where the colors seem untouched by time. They can read words scratched by hands long gone, stand where ancient residents once dined, and see the same painted gods looking down from the walls. It is a strangely intimate meeting, bridging 2,000 years in a single glance. And while the city is now a site of study, it remains also a place of human connection, where the people of the past are encountered not as distant abstractions, but as neighbors whose voices and visions have somehow survived. In this way, the frescoes and graffiti of Pompeii stand as one of history's most extraordinary accidents. They were not meant to last forever, and yet they outlived their makers by millennia. What they preserved was more than beauty. It was the texture of a city, the mingling of art and life, the daily expressions of a people both familiar and foreign. Their survival reminds us that history can speak in many registers, from the grand sweep of myth to the casual scrawl of a joke. And somewhere beneath the weight of ash and centuries, Pompeii's walls continue to speak. Some stories persist for millennia, bridging the distance between faith and science. Among them is the account of a mysterious light in the night sky, a guiding beacon that, according to the Gospel of Matthew, led wise men from the east toward a newborn child in Bethlehem. For centuries, the Star of Bethlehem has been interpreted in countless ways, as a divine miracle, a symbolic flourish, or perhaps a natural event that the ancients sought to describe in the language of their time. The mystery lingered without resolution until, in the modern age, an unexpected source, the precise mathematics of celestial motion, revealed a possibility that stunned scholars and lay people alike. It was not a comet, nor a supernova, but a calculated alignment of worlds that may have inspired one of the most famous narratives in history. The concept of planets moving in predictable patterns was known to ancient astronomers, but the accuracy we now take for granted was beyond their reach. Today, however, astronomy allows us to reconstruct the night sky at any point in history with remarkable precision. Using these tools, researchers in the 20th century began to examine the time period traditionally associated with the birth of Jesus. If the biblical account described a real astronomical event, it would have to be something rare enough to be noticed, bright enough to be memorable, and unusual enough to carry symbolic meaning in the cultures of the time. The search soon narrowed to a specific candidate, a triple conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn that took place in 7 BCE. In astronomical terms, a conjunction occurs when two celestial bodies appear close together in the sky from our point of view on Earth. Jupiter, the largest planet in the solar system, and Saturn, with its distinctive rings and stately orbit, meet in such a way roughly every 20 years. But in 7 BCE, something much rarer happened. Due to the geometry of Earth's motion relative to these two giants, they appeared to meet 3 separate times over a span of several months. First in late May, then in September, and finally in December. Each encounter would have been visible for weeks, forming an unmistakable point of brilliance in the night sky, particularly for those trained to watch the heavens. The triple conjunction did not just occur anywhere in the sky. It happened in the constellation Pisces, a placement that held deep astrological significance for the peoples of the ancient Near East. Babylonian astrologers, whose influence stretched across the region, associated Jupiter with kingship and Saturn with the passage of time and change. Pisces, in their system, was linked to the lands west of Mesopotamia, which included Judea. For anyone versed in this symbolic language, the sight of Jupiter and Saturn joining in Pisces might have been read as a sign that a new and significant ruler was rising in that very region. It is not hard to imagine how such an interpretation could inspire a journey to investigate further. This reconstruction of events rests on data so precise that astronomers can calculate the exact positions of the planets on specific nights more than 2,000 years ago. The mathematics takes into account the subtle variations in orbital paths, the gravitational tugs of other planets, and even the slow precession of Earth's axis. What emerges from these calculations is a vivid picture. 2 points of light, each already among the brightest in the sky, merging and parting in a celestial dance that unfolded not once, but thrice, as if drawing the eyes of observers again and again to the same heavenly location. It is important to note that the triple conjunction theory does not aim to replace the religious or symbolic meaning of the Star of Bethlehem. Rather, it offers a framework in which faith and science can coexist. The idea that a natural event could inspire a sacred narrative is not unusual in the history of religion. Comets, eclipses, and unusual planetary alignments have often been interpreted as divine signs, their beauty and rarity lending weight to the idea of supernatural intent. The conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn in 7 BCE fits this pattern perfectly. Extraordinary enough to be recorded in memory, yet entirely within the realm of nature. The journey of the Magi, or wise men, as described in the Gospel, reflects the kind of cultural and scientific exchange common in the ancient world. These travelers are often linked to the priestly scholars of Babylon or Persia, known for their expertise in astrology. For such observers, a triple conjunction would have been more than a curiosity. It would have been a call to action. Their craft relied on interpreting celestial events as messages about earthly affairs, and here was an unmistakable message, a conjunction so rare that it would not be repeated for centuries, pointing toward a land rich in prophetic tradition. Of course, there are other theories. Some have suggested the star was a nova, an exploding star bright enough to be seen in daylight. Others propose a close pairing of Jupiter and Venus, which can appear almost as a single dazzling light. Still others argue for a comet, noting that ancient Chinese records describe one around 5 BCE. Each theory has strengths and weaknesses, but the triple conjunction stands out for its combination of rarity, duration, and symbolic resonance. It was not a fleeting burst of light, but a sustained series of events, unfolding in a way that could plausibly match the timeline of the biblical account. The story of the Star of Bethlehem has endured not because of the specifics of its astronomical nature, but because of the way it bridges the earthly and the divine. To the people of antiquity, the sky was not a distant, indifferent expanse. It was a living text, written in lights and patterns, each change carrying potential meaning. In this worldview, the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn would not have been seen as a coincidence. It would have been a sign, and signs demanded interpretation, often through the lens of the sacred stories and expectations already present in a culture. When modern astronomers confirmed that the triple conjunction of 7 BCE had indeed occurred, the discovery rippled beyond the scientific community. It was a moment where numbers and orbits intersected with one of the most familiar narratives in Western history. Here was a tangible, observable event that might have stood at the root of a story told for over 2,000 years. The impact was not just in explaining a mystery, but in demonstrating how human beings, across ages and belief systems, are united by the impulse to look up at the night sky and search for meaning. This realization adds a layer of richness to the way we read the biblical account. The Magi's journey, whether taken literally or symbolically, becomes part of a much broader human tradition, the tradition of seeing patterns in the heavens and connecting them to the rhythms of life on earth. The triple conjunction does not diminish the wonder of the Star of Bethlehem. It reframes it as an instance of the natural world and human imagination working together to create enduring meaning. The conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn in 7 BCE was not visible everywhere with equal clarity, but in the regions where it shone brightest, it would have been difficult to miss. Night after night, the two planets drew closer, their glow merging into a singular point before drifting apart again. To the trained eyes of ancient astronomers, such a sight would not have been mere decoration in the heavens. It was a narrative unfolding slowly, offering time for reflection, interpretation, and perhaps the decision to set out on a journey toward a land whispered about in prophecies. In the centuries that followed, the event faded from direct memory, preserved only in the layers of religious tradition and scripture. Without the means to replicate the exact sky of the past, generations could only speculate about what the star might have been. It was only with the precision of modern astronomy that the celestial mechanics could be run backward, revealing the triple conjunction as a compelling candidate. The shock came not from the idea that there was a natural explanation, but from the realization that such an explanation could align so neatly with the ancient story. Standing beneath the same constellations that once framed that rare conjunction, it is tempting to feel a kinship with those who gazed upward 2 millennia ago. The planets still trace their paths, the cycles repeat, and the sky remains a canvas on which both science and storytelling can project their visions. The Star of Bethlehem may never be identified with absolute certainty, but the triple conjunction of 7 BCE offers a bridge, a point where the measured elegance of planetary motion meets the enduring power of myth. The story leaves us with a sense of continuity, a reminder that the mysteries of the heavens have always stirred the human spirit. Whether the Magi followed that conjunction, a comet, or something else entirely, their journey captures a universal truth, that in moments of wonder we are moved to seek, to travel, and to find meaning in what lies beyond our immediate sight. The Star of Bethlehem endures not just as a symbol of a particular faith, but as a testament to the shared human desire to connect the sky above with the life below. And as one mystery is illuminated, countless others remain, waiting for the patient work of discovery to bring them into view. When archaeologists first descended beneath the gentle waves off the coast of modern-day Israel, they expected to find remnants of fishing settlements or perhaps scattered traces of ancient trade. What they encountered instead was the outline of a massive harbour floor, its walls and foundations made not of loose stone, but of a concrete mixture that had hardened underwater for nearly 2,000 years. The scale of the construction was unlike anything previously attributed to the ancient Romans in this region. It was not a crude jetty or a simple breakwater. It was an entire port city's gateway, engineered with precision and built to last. The discovery forced historians and engineers alike to reconsider the timeline of maritime construction technology, for this was not merely impressive craftsmanship. It was hydraulic concrete, a material that could set and strengthen even when submerged. Long before modern ports used reinforced steel and cement mixers, the builders of Caesarea had somehow mastered the chemistry of mixing volcanic ash with lime and seawater to create a resilient material that would bind together even under the sea's constant movement. Such an achievement had always been associated with Roman feats closer to the heart of the empire, places like Ostia or Portus near Rome itself. To find it here, in a provincial city on the eastern Mediterranean, suggested a level of investment and expertise that was astonishing. The port was part of a grand vision conceived by Herod the Great, the client king of Judea under Roman rule in the 1st century before the Common Era. Herod sought to elevate his territory into a vital node of imperial commerce, a place where goods from the east could pass into Roman hands and vice versa. But this coastline offered no natural harbour. The waters were open, the seabed uneven, and storms could batter any moored vessel without warning. To transform this exposed shoreline into a sheltered port capable of receiving the largest Roman merchant ships would require not just ambition, but an engineering revolution. Historical sources described Herod's port as one of the marvels of its age, but over centuries its walls sank and its docks disappeared beneath layers of silt and sea life. By the medieval period, even its location was half forgotten, reduced to fragments of legend and stray accounts from ancient geographers. It was not until marine archaeologists in the 20th century began systematic underwater surveys that the harbour's full design emerged. Divers mapped massive breakwaters stretching far out into the sea, their submerged stones still fitted tightly together, their concrete cores intact despite the relentless assault of waves. What made the construction so extraordinary was the Roman mastery of pozzolanic concrete. The term comes from Pozzuoli in Italy, near the volcanic fields that supplied the ash. When this ash was combined with lime and mixed with seawater, it triggered a chemical reaction producing crystals that bound the aggregate together with remarkable durability. In the case of Caesarea, the builders transported enormous wooden forms into the water, anchored them, and then poured the wet concrete mixture directly inside. Once set, these structures formed a foundation upon which stone walls could be raised. The result was a breakwater strong enough to create an enclosed basin, essentially an artificial safe harbor. Archaeologists have determined that the main breakwater extended over 500 meters, curving outward to shield the port from prevailing winds and waves. Another arm projected from the shore to complete the enclosure, leaving an entrance wide enough for large ships but narrow enough to limit the force of incoming seas. Within the sheltered waters, quays, warehouses, and even administrative buildings once bustled with activity. Goods from Arabia, India, and beyond would have passed through here: spices, textiles, precious stones, heading toward the markets of Rome. In return came wine, olive oil, and manufactured goods from across the empire. For centuries, historians assumed that such advanced harbor technology was confined to Rome's own territory in Italy. The discovery at Caesarea overturned that assumption. It revealed that the Romans were not merely exporting goods to their provinces, but also their most sophisticated engineering methods, adapting them to local conditions far from the imperial center. This required not only technical skill, but also the mobilization of immense resources, skilled laborers, specialized materials, and logistical coordination across great distances. The port's eventual decline was due not to any flaw in its construction, but to the very environment it had conquered. Over time, tectonic activity subtly altered the coastline, while storms and currents deposited sand into the harbor basin. By the Byzantine period, much of the port's capacity had diminished. Later in the Crusader era, portions of it were still in use, though on a reduced scale. Eventually, it was abandoned entirely, its structures succumbing to the sea. For modern divers, swimming among the ruins is like moving through the skeletal frame of an immense, long-forgotten machine. Massive blocks still lie where they were placed 2 millennia ago, the surfaces encrusted with marine growth, but the overall shape unmistakable. Sections of the original wooden formwork have even been preserved in the anaerobic conditions beneath the seabed, allowing researchers to study Roman construction techniques in extraordinary detail. Laboratory analysis of the concrete has confirmed its volcanic ash composition, matching it closely to materials sourced from the Bay of Naples area, proof that Herod's builders imported essential ingredients across the Mediterranean. The significance of this discovery is twofold. First, it provides tangible evidence of the Roman Empire's far-reaching technological influence and its willingness to invest heavily in infrastructure far from its core. Second, it offers direct insight into ancient materials science. Modern engineers have studied Roman hydraulic concrete with great interest because it has survived the sea for over 2,000 years without the corrosion problems that plague modern reinforced concrete. Understanding why may hold lessons for creating more sustainable building materials today. Indeed, some researchers believe that the longevity of Roman concrete lies in its ability to heal itself over time. When small cracks form, seawater interacts with the volcanic ash to produce new mineral growth, effectively sealing the damage. This process, absent in many modern concretes, has inspired experiments aimed at replicating the effect for contemporary marine construction. The harbour of Caesarea thus bridges the ancient and modern worlds, not just as a relic of the past, but as a potential guide for the future. The discovery also carries cultural weight. Caesarea was not just an economic hub, it was a statement of power and prestige. Herod's harbour announced to both Rome and his local subjects that Judea could match the grandeur and sophistication of the empire's finest cities. Ships entering the port would have been greeted by monumental architecture, temples, and colonnades visible from far out at sea. Even now, the partially submerged remains hint at that grandeur, with toppled columns and carved stones scattered along the seabed. Exploring the site today requires a blend of archaeological skill and diving expertise. Visibility can be limited, and the structures lie at varying depths, some hidden beneath shifting sands. Each survey season can reveal something new, a previously unrecorded wall segment, an anchor left behind by a Roman merchant vessel, or pottery shards that once held oil or wine. The work is meticulous, but every find adds another piece to the puzzle of how this extraordinary port functioned in its prime. The fact that the Romans were willing to transport volcanic ash across such distances speaks to the interconnectedness of their empire. Maritime routes linked distant provinces in a network of trade, culture, and technology. The same ash that built the harbors of Italy also anchored the breakwaters of Caesarea, thousands of kilometers away. This connectivity was one of the empire's defining strengths, and the harbor's survival beneath the sea is a testament to its enduring impact. As more of the site is studied, the picture of Caesarea's harbor becomes clearer. It was not an isolated achievement, but part of a broader pattern of Roman infrastructure projects designed to reshape the physical world to suit imperial needs. From aqueducts and amphitheaters to roads and ports, these constructions were as much political statements as they were practical works. Caesarea's harbor stands out because of the sheer challenge it overcame, transforming an inhospitable stretch of coastline into one of the busiest maritime hubs of the ancient Mediterranean. Today, much of the ancient city of Caesarea is preserved as a national park, drawing visitors from around the world. On land, one can walk through the remains of Herod's palace, Roman streets, and Byzantine mosaics. Offshore, the submerged harbor forms an underwater archaeological park, where divers can trace the outlines of walls and platforms that once hosted ships from across the known world. Standing on the shore, looking out toward the faint line where the breakwater once rose above the waves, it is possible to imagine the forest of masts, the sound of hammers on wood, and the calls of sailors preparing for voyages across the empire. What began as a surprising underwater find has become a touchstone for understanding Roman engineering at its height. The harbor of Caesarea demonstrates that technological brilliance was not confined to the empire's capital, but could flourish in distant provinces when political ambition, economic necessity, and engineering skill converged. The Roman builders left behind more than just stone and concrete. They left a lasting reminder that innovation can bridge impossible gaps between land and sea, between past and present. And from here, the story flows on, carrying us toward another place and another moment in history, where an equally startling discovery awaits. The skull did not appear to belong to a figure of status or a warrior of renown. It was not wrapped in gold, nor surrounded by treasures. What made it remarkable lay in the shape itself, elongated, unnatural, as though deliberately reformed over the course of years. Beneath the soil of the Warihula mound in modern-day Peru, archaeologists uncovered a human skeleton estimated to be around 3,000 years old, its cranium bearing the unmistakable signs of intentional modification and ancient surgical intervention. This single find would offer an intimate glimpse into a practice as fascinating as it was daunting: trepanning, the deliberate cutting or drilling into the human skull. It was a method known in several parts of the ancient world, but here it was encountered in a cultural and geographic context that added new depth to the story of human ingenuity and survival. The Warihula mound itself was not an extraordinary sight at first glance. Rising only modestly from the surrounding terrain, it was one of many earthen mounds scattered across the Peruvian landscape, silent witnesses to cultures whose names have long since faded. Excavations in the region had revealed burials before, but few had yielded surprises beyond pottery shards, tools, and occasional jewelry. When work began on this particular site, expectations were measured. The team hoped to learn more about burial customs in the pre-Columbian Andes, perhaps adding a few more pieces to the vast puzzle of the region's past. It was during the careful removal of sediment that the elongated skull came into view. The cranial shape alone spoke volumes about cultural practice. Intentional cranial deformation, a tradition found in several ancient societies, involved binding the head of an infant to gradually alter its shape over time. The reasons for such a practice varied. In some cultures, it was associated with beauty ideals. In others, it signified social rank or group identity. But as the excavators brushed away the earth, another detail emerged that drew their focus: a distinct opening in the cranium, an oval-shaped hole that had clearly been made while the individual was alive. The signs were unmistakable to those who study ancient surgery. The edges of the opening showed smooth bone growth, evidence of healing, a clear indication that the patient had survived the procedure for some time afterward. This was no post-mortem damage, no accident caused by the shifting of the soil. It was the result of deliberate intervention, the kind of work that would have required both skill and understanding of the human body. The fact that the person had lived long enough for bone regrowth to occur suggested not only surgical expertise but also a degree of post-operative care that one might not expect in a society so ancient. Trepanning is one of humanity's oldest known surgical practices, with evidence dating back thousands of years on nearly every inhabited continent. Its purposes have long been debated. Some argue it was intended to relieve pressure from head injuries, especially those suffered in combat. Others believe it served spiritual or ritual functions, such as releasing malevolent forces thought to cause illness. In the highlands of Peru, evidence of trepanning is particularly abundant, with numerous skulls bearing the telltale marks of surgical openings. Yet each new find has the potential to shift our understanding of the practice, especially when it comes from a burial context that predates many of the more familiar examples. The Warihula skeleton belonged to an adult, likely in their mid-30s at the time of death. This was already notable in a period when average life expectancy was lower, and survival past serious medical intervention even less common. The cranial deformation indicated that this individual had been marked from infancy as part of a specific community or social group. What remains unknown is the exact reason for the trepanning. Was it performed to treat an injury, perhaps a fracture from a fall or a blow? Or was it undertaken for reasons rooted in spiritual belief, as a form of healing that addressed the body and the soul alike? The tools used would have been simple yet effective. In the Andes, sharp obsidian blades were common, their edges capable of cutting cleanly into bone. The surgeon would have worked with patience, removing small sections of bone layer by layer to avoid lethal damage. That the patient survived speaks to a remarkable level of control and knowledge, as well as the body's own ability to heal under the right conditions. In modern times, trepanning is still practiced in certain medical contexts, albeit with sterile environments, anesthesia, and advanced instruments, yet the principles remain much the same. Beyond the medical implications, the burial offered cultural clues. The position of the body, the placement of modest grave goods, and the mound itself suggested a communal burial ground rather than an elite tomb. This means the surgical skill evident here was not reserved solely for rulers or the wealthy. Ordinary members of society, too, had access to such care. This is a detail that challenges assumptions about the distribution of medical knowledge in ancient civilizations. It implies a level of community investment in health and survival that extended beyond status or power. Comparisons to other Peruvian finds add further context. Sites such as Cuzco and the Paracas Peninsula have yielded numerous trepanned skulls, some with multiple healed openings, indicating that patients not only survived the first operation, but were operated on again later in life. Survival rates in certain Andean cultures were surprisingly high, with some studies estimating success rates of over 70%, a figure that surpasses even some 19th century European surgical outcomes. The Warihula skull fits neatly into this larger picture, reinforcing the notion that ancient Peruvians were among the most skilled practitioners of cranial surgery in the pre-modern world. It is easy to focus on the mechanics of the operation, the tools, the technique, the survival. But perhaps the most telling aspect is what it says about the human instinct to intervene, to heal, and to preserve life against the odds. The surgeon who worked on this skull was not experimenting blindly. They drew on inherited knowledge, passed down through generations, refined by observation and experience. The patient, for their part, had to endure the ordeal with trust, submitting to a procedure whose outcome was uncertain. That trust, and the skill that justified it, speak to a relationship between healer and patient that transcends time and culture. The environmental setting also plays a role in understanding the find. The Warihula mound lies in a region where the climate has helped preserve organic remains for millennia. Dry conditions slowed the decay of bone, while the soil composition protected the skeleton from rapid erosion. This preservation allowed archaeologists to conduct detailed analysis, including microscopic study of the bone edges and isotopic examination of the remains to learn more about the individual's diet and health. Early results suggested a diet rich in maize and other cultivated plants, supplemented by fish and small game, typical for communities living in the river valleys and coastal plains of ancient Peru. Though the discovery has answered certain questions, proving yet again the existence of advanced surgical techniques in the pre-Columbian Andes, it has also raised others. What precise ailment or injury led to the trepanation? How was pain managed during the procedure? Were there specific rituals or chants performed alongside the physical act? Without written records, much of this remains in the realm of informed speculation, pieced together from archaeological evidence, ethnographic parallels, and experimental reconstructions. Modern researchers have attempted to replicate ancient trepanation using replica tools, finding that while the process is delicate, it is indeed possible to complete successfully without modern equipment, provided one has the skill and patience. The Wari Hula skeleton now rests in a museum collection, where it continues to be studied using non-invasive imaging techniques. Each scan reveals more about the bone structure, the degree of healing, and even possible signs of infection or disease. The elongated shape of the skull, combined with the trepanation, makes it a rare specimen, part cultural artifact, part medical case study. It embodies the intersection of tradition, identity, and survival, showing that even thousands of years ago, humans were not only capable of performing complex medical procedures, but were willing to take extraordinary measures to preserve life. It is worth noting that cranial deformation and trepanation coexisting in a single individual is not merely a medical curiosity. It speaks to a society in which body modification and surgical intervention were both accepted parts of life, each serving different purposes but together shaping the lived experience of an individual. The elongated skull would have been a visible marker of belonging, worn throughout life as a badge of cultural identity. The trepanation, by contrast, was likely an act born of necessity, an urgent response to illness or injury. The coexistence of these practices in one person hints at a layered understanding of the body, where appearance, health, and spiritual well-being were intertwined. The broader implications of this discovery extend beyond Peru. Finds like this challenge outdated narratives about so-called primitive medicine. They remind us that innovation is not the sole domain of the modern era, nor of a handful of well-documented civilizations. Across the world, in places far removed from each other, humans developed intricate knowledge of anatomy, disease, and healing. The Wari Hula skull is one more piece of evidence in a growing body of work that redefines the history of medicine. Not as a straight line of progress from ignorance to enlightenment, but as a tapestry of parallel discoveries, some of which have been lost and rediscovered multiple times. In the end, this skeleton is not merely a relic of a distant past. It is a record of human resilience, a testament to the skill and care present in a society long vanished from the earth. That a person could survive such an invasive procedure, heal and live on, speaks volumes about the world they inhabited. Though the name of the patient, the identity of the surgeon, and the precise circumstances of the operation will forever remain unknown, their story survives in bone and earth, waiting for those who know how to read it. From a single opening in the skull, an entire world unfolds, a world where ancient hands worked with precision and purpose, where life could be extended through skill and knowledge, and where the human drive to mend and protect was as strong as it is today. And as archaeologists brush the soil from the bones of the past, each discovery carries with it the quiet reminder that our ancestors were not so different from ourselves. Their tools may have been simpler, their materials drawn from stone and bone rather than steel and plastic, but their intent to save life was every bit as profound. In the vast, frozen expanse of Antarctica, where layers of ice preserve secrets from both Earth and beyond, a peculiar rock lay unnoticed for thousands of years. To the untrained eye, it was little more than a weathered, dark fragment among countless others scattered across the desolate landscape. Yet this stone was unlike the rest. It had traveled millions of kilometers before coming to rest on our planet. In the winter of 1984, members of the Antarctic Search for Meteorites program came across it in the Allen Hills region. a place known for yielding extraterrestrial debris. They labeled it ALH 84001, not yet realizing that its story would ignite one of the most captivating and controversial scientific debates of the late 20th century. When scientists first examined the meteorite, they confirmed it was from Mars, a rare classification determined by its unique chemical composition, one that matched data gathered from Martian atmospheric measurements. Its journey had begun around 17 million years ago when a massive impact struck Mars, propelling chunks of rock into space. ALH 84001 drifted through the void for eons until roughly 13,000 years ago, when it entered Earth's atmosphere and landed on the Antarctic ice. Preserved by the continent's extreme cold, it remained untouched until human hands lifted it from the snow. At first, the specimen was regarded as a valuable, though not extraordinary, addition to the growing collection of Martian meteorites. But in 1996, a group of NASA scientists led by David Mackay published a paper that changed everything. Their research suggested that the meteorite contained evidence, however faint, of fossilized microscopic life. The claim was not made lightly. ALH 84001 bore peculiar features: tiny carbonate globules, minute mineral structures, and most strikingly, formations resembling elongated microbial fossils. Under high magnification, some of these structures appeared tube-like, their scale measured in nanometers, suggesting the possible remains of ancient Martian organisms. The announcement was unprecedented. If true, it would mean that life had once existed beyond Earth, potentially reshaping humanity's understanding of biology, evolution, and the uniqueness of our planet. The news reached beyond scientific circles, capturing the imagination of the public and prompting leaders to take notice. In August of that year, President Bill Clinton addressed the discovery, describing it as a potentially historic moment in the search for life elsewhere in the universe. The excitement was tempered by immediate skepticism. Many scientists cautioned that the evidence was circumstantial and open to multiple interpretations. The features thought to be fossils could, they argued, be the product of non-biological processes. The tiny mineral grains, for instance, might have formed through chemical reactions involving water and rock, without any biological involvement at all. The chemical compounds detected in the meteorite, such as certain polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, could be created through purely geological mechanisms. Debates grew intense. Supporters of the biological interpretation pointed to the complexity of the structures, arguing that their morphology and composition were difficult to explain without some form of life. Detractors countered that life's fingerprints, at such a microscopic scale, were easily confused with those of inorganic chemistry. Over the years, advances in imaging technology allowed for more detailed studies of ALH 84001, yet the results remained inconclusive. Some analyses seemed to strengthen the case for past life, while others reinforced the geological explanations. One of the central challenges in interpreting the evidence was the question of preservation. Could microscopic life forms survive, even in fossilized form, for billions of years? ALH 84001 is believed to be around 4 billion years old, dating back to an era when Mars may have had a warmer, wetter climate. If life had emerged there during that time, it could have left behind traces in the rock. However, the intervening eons, combined with the meteorite's violent ejection from Mars and its long journey through space, would likely have degraded delicate biological markers beyond recognition. The meteorite's chemistry added further complexity. The carbonate minerals within ALH 84001 appear to have formed in a watery environment, possibly indicating that liquid water existed on Mars when the rock was still part of its surface. Water is one of the essential ingredients for life as we know it, and its presence billions of years ago aligns with other lines of evidence suggesting that early Mars had rivers, lakes, and perhaps even shallow seas. Yet water alone is not proof of life. It merely creates a more favorable environment for its emergence. The controversy surrounding ALH 84001 also underscored the difficulty of studying extraterrestrial materials on Earth. Contamination from our own biosphere was a constant concern. Could the supposed microfossils simply be Earth-based microbes that infiltrated the rock after it landed? The meteorite's long exposure on Antarctic ice made this a possibility. Scientists took great care to handle it in clean environments, but questions about contamination persisted. Beyond the scientific disputes, the story of ALH 84001 had a profound cultural impact. For many, the idea that life might have once existed on Mars transformed the red planet from a cold, distant world into a place that had once been alive, however modestly. The discovery fueled renewed interest in Mars exploration, influencing the design of future missions. The Mars rovers that followed, Spirit, Opportunity, Curiosity, and Perseverance, were in part inspired by the tantalizing clues found in this single rock. These missions have sought to determine whether Mars could have supported life, past or present, and to search for more definitive biosignatures. Over time, the initial fervor surrounding ALH 84001 cooled. Many researchers came to view its features as more likely the product of geological processes than biological activity. Yet the possibility of life could never be entirely dismissed. The structures remain unusual, their exact origins unresolved. Even if they turn out to be abiotic, they represent a fascinating glimpse into the complexity of chemical processes that can occur on other worlds. The meteorite continues to be studied decades after its discovery. Technological advances in microscopy, spectroscopy, and isotopic analysis offer fresh opportunities to revisit old questions. Each new examination adds a layer to the story, whether it strengthens or weakens the case for ancient Martian life. In this way, ALH 84001 has become more than a single piece of evidence. It is a touchstone in the broader quest to understand life's potential in the cosmos. Its journey from a violent impact on Mars to a frozen resting place in Antarctica is a reminder of the interconnectedness of worlds. Fragments of one planet can find their way to another, carrying with them chemical records and, perhaps, biological signatures. This natural exchange of material, known as panspermia, suggests that life, if it arises, might spread between planets, seeding the cosmos in ways we are only beginning to comprehend. For now, ALH 84001 rests in carefully controlled storage, a small but significant link between Earth and Mars. It remains a symbol of how a single discovery can bridge the gap between planetary science, astrobiology, and the enduring human desire to answer one of the most profound questions of all. Are we alone? Whether it holds the fossilized remains of Martian microbes or merely the intricate handiwork of geology, it has already reshaped the way we think about life's possibilities. And as the debate continues, new missions to Mars, equipped with tools far beyond what was available in 1996, may one day find evidence that tips the scale conclusively. If that day comes, the story of ALH 84001 will be remembered as the spark that reignited our search. The meteorite, unchanged in its glass case, will have served its purpose: to challenge certainty, inspire exploration, and remind us that the answers we seek may lie not just in the stars, but in the stones that fall from them. There are moments in archaeology when a chance movement, a throw of the hand, or the idle passing of time reveals something that rewrites centuries of understanding. In the rugged landscape near the northwestern shore of the Dead Sea, such a moment came not from an organized excavation or scholarly expedition, but from the simple, almost casual action of a young Bedouin shepherd. While tending his flock among the cliffs and caves in the year 1947, he tossed a stone into a dark opening in the rock. Instead of the dull thud of stone against soil, there was the unmistakable sharp crack of pottery breaking. That sound, unexpected and peculiar in the empty desert air, marked the first faint signal of a discovery that would ripple across the worlds of religion, history, and scholarship. The shepherd, curious, made his way inside the cave, navigating the rough terrain and the cool, dry air within. What he found seemed at first unremarkable: large jars, some intact and others broken, their contents hidden beneath lids. Inside a few of these jars were rolls of ancient leather parchment, carefully wrapped in cloth that had long since grown brittle with age. He could not have guessed that these fragile scrolls, preserved by chance in the desert climate, contained some of the oldest known copies of biblical texts ever found. To the shepherd, they were curiosities, strange relics in jars. To the wider world, once news spread, they would become a window into a time more than 2,000 years past. When word of the find began to circulate, antiquities dealers in Bethlehem and Jerusalem became involved. At first, only a few scrolls were shown to scholars, but their significance was quickly recognized. These were not medieval copies or later reproductions. Their script, materials, and style suggested a remarkable antiquity. The texts, written in Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek, hinted at a connection to the Second Temple period of Jewish history, an era critical to understanding the religious and cultural world from which both Judaism and early Christianity emerged. The location itself was as much a mystery as the contents. The cliffs along the Dead Sea's northwestern edge are riddled with caves, many accessible only through precarious climbs or narrow entrances. Over the following years, archaeologists launched expeditions into the area, guided in part by Bedouin tribes who knew the terrain intimately. One cave led to another, each revealing more scrolls and fragments. In total, 11 caves were eventually found to contain manuscripts, and thousands of individual pieces were recovered. The scope of the discovery was staggering. More than 900 distinct texts, preserved for centuries by the region's arid climate and the protection of stone and darkness. As the material was painstakingly studied, it became clear that the Dead Sea Scrolls were not a single type of document. They included books from the Hebrew Bible, some nearly identical to later versions, and others showing intriguing variations, apocryphal works not found in the standard biblical canon, and sectarian writings that revealed the beliefs, rules, and expectations of a specific Jewish community. Among the most fascinating texts were the Community Rule, outlining the strict codes of conduct for members, and the War Scroll, which depicted an apocalyptic struggle between forces of light and darkness. These sectarian documents, combined with archaeological evidence from the nearby site of Qumran, suggested that the scrolls had belonged to a group often associated with the Essenes, a Jewish sect living apart from mainstream society during the final centuries before the destruction of the Second Temple in the year 70. The scrolls' biblical manuscripts were a revelation in themselves. Until their discovery, the oldest known complete manuscripts of the Hebrew Bible dated from the Middle Ages, more than 1,000 years after the time the scrolls were created. Here, however, were copies of Isaiah, Psalms, and other books from centuries earlier, showing that the text of the Hebrew Scriptures had been preserved with remarkable consistency over long stretches of time. Yet there were also differences, variations in wording, arrangement, and emphasis that offered scholars a richer and more nuanced understanding of how sacred texts evolved. The dating of the scrolls relied on multiple methods. Paleography, the study of ancient handwriting styles, provided initial estimates. Radiocarbon testing confirmed that the scrolls dated from approximately the 3rd century BCE to the 1st century CE. This range placed them in a pivotal era, overlapping with the final centuries of Jewish independence, the rise of the Roman presence in the region, and the emergence of early Christianity. The historical context was as important as the words themselves, for it anchored the scrolls in a world of political upheaval, religious diversity, and apocalyptic expectation. As the scrolls became better known, so too did the debates surrounding them. The identity of the people who had hidden them away was a matter of scholarly dispute. Many connected the cache to the Essenes, noting similarities between the sectarian writings and ancient descriptions of that group by authors such as Josephus and Philo. Others suggested that the scrolls might represent the library of the Jerusalem temple, hidden in the desert during times of crisis. Still others proposed that the collection came from various groups, brought together by the turmoil of the Roman wars in Judea. There was also controversy over access. In the early decades after their discovery, a small team of scholars held exclusive control over many of the scrolls, limiting publication and delaying broader study. This led to frustration among researchers eager to examine the texts for themselves. Gradually, the situation changed, and by the late 20th century, the scrolls had been fully published and made available to scholars worldwide. High-resolution photographs and digital archives eventually brought them within reach of anyone with an interest in their contents. For religious communities, the Dead Sea Scrolls carried both affirmation and challenge. For Judaism, they demonstrated the deep antiquity of many biblical traditions, while also revealing a diversity of interpretation and practice within ancient Jewish life. For Christianity, they illuminated the religious environment of the time of Jesus, showing that ideas such as messianic expectation, ritual purity, and apocalyptic visions were part of a broader cultural context. The scrolls did not rewrite the core of either tradition, but they added depth, complexity, and nuance to the picture. The physical preservation of the scrolls has been a constant concern. The parchment and papyrus, though remarkably well preserved in the caves, began to deteriorate once exposed to the modern environment. Early attempts at conservation sometimes did more harm than good, with materials like adhesive tape leaving damage. Today, preservation techniques are far more sophisticated, with climate-controlled storage, careful digital imaging, and advanced analysis ensuring that the scrolls will remain intact for future generations of scholars. Beyond the academic and theological implications, the Dead Sea Scrolls have captured the public imagination. The image of hidden manuscripts lying undisturbed for 2 millennia, only to be discovered by accident, resonates deeply. It speaks to the idea that history still holds secrets, waiting for the right moment or the right person to bring them to light. The story is also a reminder that discoveries of immense significance can come from the most unexpected sources, far outside the halls of universities and institutions. The scrolls have inspired books, films, and exhibitions, drawing visitors from around the world to museums in Jerusalem and beyond. They have also encouraged renewed archaeological exploration of the Dead Sea region, with occasional reports of new finds or re-examinations of old sites. While no discovery has yet matched the scope of the original cache, each fragment and artifact adds to the broader understanding of life, belief, and culture in the ancient world. In recent years, advanced imaging techniques have revealed details invisible to the naked eye. Infrared photography has brought out faded letters, allowing scholars to read portions of text that had seemed lost forever. Analysis of the parchment has identified the types of animal skins used, and DNA testing has even suggested connections between scrolls found in different caves. These modern tools have deepened the sense of connection to the scribes and communities that once handled these materials, copying words they considered sacred, sealing them in jars, and placing them in the cool darkness for safekeeping. The story of the Dead Sea Scrolls is not only about the texts themselves, but about the human beings behind them, the scribes who labored over the writing, the leaders who organized their preservation, and perhaps the ordinary members of the community who carried the jars into the caves. In their own time, these people may have believed they were protecting something vital from destruction, hoping that one day their efforts would bear fruit. Whether they imagined a span of 2,000 years is impossible to say, but their decision has given modern humanity an unparalleled glimpse into their world. It is a world that feels both distant and immediate. The languages are ancient, yet the concerns within the texts, faith, morality, community, identity, remain familiar. The scrolls invite not only academic study, but reflection on the continuity of human thought and the ways in which beliefs and traditions are carried forward through the centuries. They remind us that history is not static. It is a conversation across generations, with each era adding its own voice. When the shepherd first tossed his stone into the darkness of that cave, he could not have foreseen the chain of events that would follow. Yet from that small, unplanned action came one of the most important archaeological discoveries of the 20th century, one that continues to shape our understanding of the ancient world. The jars are empty now, their contents preserved behind glass and studied in laboratories, but the sense of discovery remains as vibrant as ever. What was hidden is now known, and what was once silent parchment now speaks across millennia, an enduring bridge between past and present, still carrying us forward toward the next great revelation. In the early summer of 1908, an unremarkable morning in a remote corner of Siberia transformed into one of the most baffling natural disasters ever recorded. Without warning, a colossal explosion erupted high above the vast, uninhabited taiga near the Podkamennaya Tunguska River. It flattened an estimated 80 million trees across more than 2,000 square kilometers, scorching the trunks and sending shockwaves felt hundreds of kilometers away. Yet, despite the scale of destruction, no impact crater was ever found, leaving scientists and explorers to puzzle over the event for more than a century. The Tunguska event, as it came to be known, would stand as a monument to nature's capacity for mystery, its cause hidden beneath layers of speculation and incomplete evidence. Reports trickled in slowly. The area was sparsely populated, home mostly to nomadic Evenki herders and scattered hunting camps. Eyewitnesses described a strange fireball streaking across the sky, brighter than the sun, followed by a deafening series of booms that rattled the earth beneath their feet. The air grew searing hot, and a powerful wind swept through, toppling tents and lifting people off the ground. Some later said they saw the forest light up as though in a blazing sunrise, though it was not dawn. The sound arrived moments later, a sequence of concussive blasts that seemed to roll on without end. Birds fell dead from the sky. The shockwave shattered windows in towns hundreds of kilometers away, and in some regions, seismographs registered tremors as if an earthquake had struck. Far from the blast site, strange phenomena unfolded. Across Europe and Asia, skies glowed with a pearly luminescence for days afterward, bright enough that people could read newspapers outdoors at midnight. Atmospheric scientists later speculated that fine dust and ice particles thrown high into the atmosphere were scattering sunlight, creating a ghostly, lingering twilight that stretched across continents. Yet in 1908, there was no clear explanation, only the unsettling awareness that something extraordinary had happened in a wilderness so vast and inaccessible that it would take nearly 2 decades before scientists could see the site for themselves. It was not until 1927 that a Soviet expedition, led by Leonid Kulik, made the grueling journey to the blast zone. Kulik had first learned of the event through meteorological records and wanted to investigate whether it was caused by a meteorite impact. The expedition was hindered at every step. Spring floods swelled rivers, thick swarms of insects plagued the team, and the terrain was so boggy that progress could only be made on foot or by reindeer. The local Evenki people, who had passed down their own accounts of the catastrophe, were hesitant to guide them into the heart of the devastation, fearing that the site was cursed or inhabited by dangerous spirits. When Kulik finally reached the central zone, he was confronted by an astonishing sight. For kilometer after kilometer, the forest lay flattened in a radial pattern, all the fallen trunks pointing away from a central point like the spokes of a wheel. The trees at the very center remained standing, but stripped bare of branches, their bark charred. It was as though an immense blast had radiated outward, yet without the telltale bowl-shaped depression that would be expected from a meteor strike. Kulik was convinced that a massive stony meteorite had exploded just before impact, the heat and pressure destroying itself in the atmosphere. He believed that remnants of this object might still lie buried in the swampy ground. Despite his certainty, no fragments of the meteorite were found. Later expeditions, including those in the 1950s and 60s, used more advanced geological surveys and aerial photography to map the devastation and search for impact debris. Still, the results were inconclusive. Some researchers suggested the blast was caused by an icy comet nucleus which would have vaporized entirely upon atmospheric entry, leaving no solid remains. Others argued for more exotic explanations, from the release of natural gas from beneath the Earth to the impact of a tiny black hole passing through the planet. Each theory carried its own set of challenges and unanswered questions. One of the most compelling modern explanations is that a small asteroid or comet entered the atmosphere at high speed and exploded in an airburst between 5 and 10 kilometers above the ground. The immense energy released, estimated at between 10 and 15 megatons of TNT, would have been enough to devastate the forest below without creating an impact crater. This model aligns with data from more recent airbursts, such as the Chelyabinsk meteor in 2013, which injured over 1,000 people but left no crater. Still, the Tunguska event remains distinctive for its scale and the strangeness of its aftermath. Over the years, the mystery has deepened through the retelling of local folklore. Some Evenki accounts spoke of a thunderbird-like deity hurling fire down upon the earth, punishing it for human transgressions. Others recalled an unbearable heat that made the ground tremble, followed by a pillar of smoke that rose into the sky. While these accounts cannot serve as scientific proof, they offer a human perspective on an event so violent it was seared into the memory of an entire region. Interest in the Tunguska event has never faded. Expeditions in the late 20th century brought with them magnetometers, ground-penetrating radar, and satellite imagery. The patterns of treefall, the distribution of surviving vegetation, and the composition of soil and peat layers were all analyzed in meticulous detail. Some studies detected tiny spherules of silicate and metal embedded in the peat, possible remnants of an extraterrestrial body. Others found anomalies in the isotopic composition of certain elements, which could indicate material from beyond Earth. These findings, while intriguing, have not been universally accepted, as contamination and natural geological processes can produce similar results. Even today, researchers continue to propose new angles of investigation. One team suggested that the object responsible might have skimmed the atmosphere before rebounding into space, releasing enough energy to level the forest without actually colliding with the surface. Another idea links the event to a rare type of cometary fragment composed largely of volatile compounds, which could explain the lack of substantial debris. The enduring uncertainty has made the Tunguska event a touchstone for scientists interested in planetary defense, highlighting the potentially catastrophic effects of even relatively small cosmic objects entering Earth's atmosphere. Beyond its scientific significance, the event holds a certain cultural and psychological weight. It is a reminder that the Earth exists within a dynamic cosmic environment, vulnerable to sudden and unpredictable encounters. The fact that such a colossal release of energy occurred in one of the least populated regions on the planet may have been sheer luck. Had the airburst happened over a major city, the devastation would have been unimaginable, on a scale far surpassing the most destructive events of human warfare. In recent years, computer modeling and reanalysis of old expedition data have brought new clarity, but not closure. The best supported theory remains that a stony asteroid between 50 and 60 meters across entered the atmosphere at over 20 kilometers per second and disintegrated in a superheated blast. The immense shockwave flattened the forest, while the radiant heat ignited fires that smoldered for days. Even so, the absence of a definitive smoking gun, no large fragments, no crater, means that the Tunguska event will likely retain its air of enigma for generations to come. There is a certain poetry in how the site has healed. More than a century later, the flattened forest has given way to younger trees, their growth patterns still subtly shaped by the old blast. The scars remain visible from above, a ghostly imprint on the landscape that maps the force of an unseen hand. Visitors who make the journey today find no roaring inferno, no glowing sky, only the quiet expanse of taiga and the faint knowledge that here, once, the world changed in an instant. As the story of Tunguska is considered alongside other great mysteries of science and history, it occupies a peculiar space, neither fully explained nor entirely beyond reach. Its legacy is not only in the data collected or the theories proposed, but in the awareness it inspires, that the universe can, without warning, send an uninvited visitor to remind humanity of its fragility. And in that awareness lies the unspoken question that lingers long after the details of the event have been recounted. When and where will it happen again? Travelers who approached the far edges of the Sahara centuries ago often returned with stories that sounded less like fact and more like the imaginings of poets. They spoke of a city where the desert wind carried the scent of spices, where walls were covered in geometric patterns so intricate that they seemed to ripple when the sun moved overhead, and where merchants spoke half a dozen languages in the course of a single bargain. This was Ualata, a place whispered about in the courts of North Africa and across the markets of the Mediterranean. For a time, many beyond the desert believed it was little more than a mirage of the mind, a golden city invented by travelers eager to make their tales more compelling. Yet Ualata had been very real, and when its name resurfaced in modern records, the rediscovery carried with it both the weight of history and the surprise of how much had been forgotten. The city's roots stretched deep into the medieval period, when West Africa's trade routes formed a vast network that connected kingdoms, oases, and ports. By the 13th century, Ualata had grown into one of the most important southern termini of the great trans-Saharan caravans. Salt from the mines of Tunguska, gold from the forests farther south, ivory, and rare goods from even more distant lands passed through its gates. The city did not stand by chance. It was the result of generations of adapting to a harsh environment, building not only with stone but with social agreements, treaties, and careful diplomacy with the surrounding tribes. For medieval chroniclers like Ibn Battuta, whose travels in the 14th century brought him to many corners of Africa and beyond, Ualata was not just a waypoint, it was a marvel. He wrote of its hospitality, the decorum of its women, and the wealth that passed through its markets. At its height, it was under the influence of the Mali Empire, whose rulers controlled vast stretches of land and whose power was often measured by the scale of their gold reserves. The trade through Ualata enriched not only the merchants who made the journey, but also the empire that ensured its protection. But deserts are not kind to permanence. Over centuries, shifting trade routes and political upheavals conspired against the city's fortunes. The river systems to the south changed. The great camel caravans began to favor other paths, and the slow creep of isolation set in. By the time European cartographers attempted to map the interior of West Africa in the early modern period, Ualata had receded from prominence. Some maps marked it vaguely, others omitted it entirely. To outsiders, it began to slip into legend, one of many lost cities supposedly buried under the sand. When the name reappeared in the accounts of 19th and early 20th century explorers, it caused a stir. French colonial officers, scholars, and adventurers who entered Mauritania reported finding a settlement with architecture unlike anything they had expected. The walls of Ualata's old quarters were painted in bold reds and whites, the designs geometric and symbolic, combining Berber, Arab, and West African motifs. Inscriptions in Arabic marked the entrances of certain houses, testifying to the city's long Islamic heritage. The air of mystery was heightened by the fact that many of these decorative styles were nowhere else to be seen in the same form, preserved here by a community that had kept its traditions through centuries of isolation. Rediscovering Ualata was not simply a matter of finding a place on a map. It was about recognizing the layers of history it carried. Oral traditions still alive in the 20th century spoke of the days when caravans would arrive with hundreds of camels, each laden with goods. Elders could recount where the markets had stood, where travelers from the Maghreb would rest, and where the most prominent merchant families once lived. These memories, though fading, bridged the gap between the written records of medieval chroniclers and the living culture of the present. The gold of Ualata had never been a single treasure to be unearthed. Instead, it was the wealth of a strategic position, the steady profit of trade taxes, and the cultural richness that came from being at a crossroads of civilizations. Books copied by hand in the city's schools found their way north into Morocco, while fabrics woven far to the south adorned the people who lived here. Even in decline, the city's knowledge, religious, linguistic, and artistic, remained a form of currency. For archaeologists and historians, Ualata offers a rare opportunity to study a medieval trade hub in situ. The architecture, with its thick adobe walls and carefully designed courtyards, reflects centuries of adaptation to desert life. Decorative plasterwork and painted facades reveal a society that valued beauty and symbolism even in an unforgiving environment. And the survival of these features into the present day speaks to the resilience of the community. The rediscovery also challenges the old assumption that major cultural centers in Africa's interior were few and far between. Ualata was one among several, including Timbuktu and Chinguetti, that anchored trade routes and fostered scholarship. Together, they formed a network as vibrant as any in the medieval world. Recognizing Ualata's role is part of a larger effort to place West African history within the same global narrative as the better-known centers of Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. Yet even now, much about its past remains hazy. Archaeological surveys have only touched parts of the old city. Beneath layers of earth, there may be storage pits, abandoned workshops, and fragments of the everyday tools that once filled the markets. Each find has the potential to illuminate another piece of the story, not only how Ualata thrived, but how it managed the long transition from bustling trade hub to the quieter town it became. For the people who live there today, the rediscovery was never a revelation in the way it was for outsiders. They had always known their city's name, its place in their lineage, and the stories of their ancestors' dealings with distant lands. But they have welcomed the renewed interest, seeing in it a chance to preserve and share their heritage. Restoration efforts in recent decades have aimed to maintain the distinctive painted houses, ensuring that their patterns continue to catch the sun as they have for centuries. Ualata's story is a reminder that lost is often a matter of perspective. To those far away, its memory had dimmed into myth. To those within its walls, it had simply changed, adapting to the slow drift of history. The caravans no longer arrive in the numbers they once did, and the gold of the Mali Empire has long since flowed into other hands. But the city's value lies now in the survival of its culture, the preservation of its architecture, and the possibility of learning more about a chapter of history that once seemed beyond recovery. When we look at Ualata through the lens of its rediscovery, we see not just a city, but a meeting point of worlds, one where the deserts of Mauritania met the forests of West Africa, where Islamic scholarship flourished alongside local traditions, and where merchants carried both goods and ideas across vast distances. The sands of the Sahara may shift endlessly, but the patterns carved into Ualata's walls, both literal and historical, remain a testament to the lives and ambitions of those who built it. The next part of our journey moves far from these sun-baked streets into a very different kind of landscape, one shaped by forces that challenge the limits of human understanding. A staircase cut into the mountainside rises steeply through the emerald tangle of the Colombian jungle, its stones worn smooth by centuries of use and abandonment. Step after step climbs toward a plateau that, from a distance, looks like a natural clearing. Yet when one reaches the top, it becomes clear that the level ground is no accident of nature. It is a terrace, carefully shaped, reinforced with stone retaining walls, and laid out in perfect harmony with the contours of the mountain. And beyond it are more terraces, more steps, more intricate platforms, fanning out across the slopes as though the mountains themselves had been sculpted. This is Taung, a city that for generations existed only in stories, its location unknown, its builders remembered only by the descendants who lived far below. For those who came upon it in the 20th century, Taung's size was immediately apparent. It was not a scattering of ruined huts or the crumbled remnants of a small outpost. This was a capital, its terraces sprawling over several hectares, its network of stone-paved paths weaving like arteries between ceremonial plazas, residential platforms, and stairways that climbed higher than the tree line. Archaeologists would later measure its spread at more than 200 structures, but numbers alone could not convey its impact. In the mist and filtered sunlight of the Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta, it felt timeless. The builders of Taung, often called the Tirona by later chroniclers, were masters of shaping the land to suit their needs. The steep slopes that hemmed in the valleys were no obstacle, they were opportunities. Stones were cut and fitted together without mortar, locked by weight and precision into retaining walls that could withstand the punishing rains of the tropical mountains. The terraces were not mere platforms, they were foundations for homes and communal spaces, places where thatched roof structures once stood, elevated above the wet earth. Drainage channels guided the torrents of rainwater away without eroding the slopes, and the stone-paved walkways ensured that movement through the city was possible even in the wettest months. The location was as strategic as it was beautiful. From the higher terraces, the view extended down toward the river valleys and beyond to the distant lowlands. The Sierra Nevada is a unique massif, rising abruptly from the Caribbean coast to snow-capped peaks in just a short span. Taung occupied a place where multiple ecological zones could be accessed with ease. Tropical crops could be grown below, while cooler slopes above provided different resources. This allowed for a sophisticated network of trade, both within the mountain communities and with groups from the coast and inland. By the time Spanish expeditions began probing the edges of the Sierra Nevada in the 16th century, Taung was already established as a significant center. Yet it was also remote and well protected. The Tirona resisted colonization fiercely, retreating into the highlands when pressure increased, maintaining their autonomy longer than many neighboring peoples. But the arrival of European diseases, coupled with armed incursions, devastated the population. Communities were abandoned, and with them, the great city. Nature reclaimed the terraces, the stone paths disappearing beneath soil and vegetation. Only the descendants of the Tairona, living in scattered villages in the lower valleys, kept the knowledge of its existence alive, though they did not share the location with outsiders. Centuries passed. The forest closed in, and Tayuna's stonework lay hidden beneath roots and moss. It was not until the early 1970s that the outside world became aware of it again. And even then, its return to the map was not led by archaeologists, but by treasure hunters. In 1972, a group of local men searching for artifacts stumbled upon the staircases that led upward through the dense growth. They followed the steps higher and higher, emerging onto the terraces where they found pottery shards, gold ornaments, and carved stone figures. Word spread quickly, and looters descended on the site, removing countless artifacts and selling them into the black market. The situation might have continued unchecked if not for the intervention of Colombia's Instituto Colombiano de Antropología, which moved to secure the site. Archaeologists led by Gilberto Cadavid and others began the painstaking process of excavation and restoration in the mid-1970s. Their work revealed the full extent of the city's design, an intricate combination of ceremonial, residential, and agricultural spaces, all integrated into the mountainside. As layers of soil were removed, the original stonework emerged almost as clean and sharp as when it had last been maintained centuries earlier. The discovery sparked debates about the city's original purpose. Some researchers viewed Tayuna as a political and ceremonial capital, a hub that coordinated smaller settlements scattered across the Sierra Nevada. Others suggested it functioned as a pilgrimage center, where communities gathered periodically for trade, rituals, and alliance building. Whatever its primary role, the craftsmanship and scale of the construction pointed to a society with a highly organized leadership, skilled laborers, and a deep understanding of engineering in difficult terrain. The material culture uncovered at Tayuna was equally striking. Goldwork, although heavily looted before archaeologists arrived, reflected a level of artistry that rivaled better-known pre-Columbian civilizations. Ceramics ranged from everyday utilitarian ware to finely decorated vessels, suggesting both domestic life and ritual activity. Stone sculptures, some depicting animals, others abstract forms, hinted at the symbolic and spiritual life of the Tairona. Combined with the city's architecture, these artifacts painted a picture of a people deeply connected to their environment, yet engaged in wide-reaching cultural exchange. For the descendants of the Tairona, the Kogi, Arhuaco, Wiwa, and Canquamo peoples, Tayuna was never lost. Known in their traditions as a sacred site, it was considered a center of spiritual balance, a place tied to the origins of their world. In the decades following the archaeological rediscovery, these communities increasingly asserted their connection to the city, advocating for respectful stewardship and limiting certain kinds of tourism. For them, the terraces are not simply remnants of a vanished past, they are part of a living cultural landscape. The arrival of tourists in the late 20th and early 21st centuries brought both opportunity and risk. A multi-day trek through the jungle to reach the site became a draw for adventurers, offering not only the chance to see Tayuna, but also to experience the biodiversity of the Sierra Nevada. Yet increased foot traffic threatened the preservation of the stone paths and terraces, and the local indigenous councils worked alongside government agencies to manage visitor numbers and ensure that the site's sacred status was respected. In this way, Tayuna occupies a delicate balance between archaeological heritage, living tradition, and modern economic reality. One of the most remarkable aspects of the site's preservation is the quality of its stonework. Without mortar, the Tairona builders achieved a stability that has survived centuries of torrential rain, seismic activity, and the encroachment of forest roots. The precision of the cuts and the tightness of the joins suggest an intimate knowledge of local stone types and the forces acting upon them. Modern restoration teams often find themselves learning from the ancient techniques, adapting them when repairing collapsed sections rather than imposing modern solutions that might not last as long. The rediscovery of Taung also reshaped the narrative of pre-Columbian South America in the public imagination. Too often, the cultural achievements of the Andes or Mesoamerica overshadowed the diverse civilizations of northern South America. Taung demonstrated that complex urban planning, monumental architecture, and sophisticated craftsmanship were not confined to the more famous empires. It served as a reminder that the tropical mountains of Colombia had fostered their own centers of innovation and power. In academic circles, Taung became a focal point for discussions about cultural resilience. The Tairona were not completely erased by conquest. Their descendants still live, speak related languages, and maintain many traditional practices. The survival of oral histories about Taung, even if outsiders doubted them, meant that the lost city had never been entirely forgotten. The archaeological work simply made it visible again to those beyond the Sierra Nevada. Walking through Taung today, the interplay between absence and presence is palpable. The thatched houses are gone, their wooden posts long since rotted away. But the terraces remain, their curves following the mountain as if they grew from it. The stone steps still climb toward higher platforms, and the air carries the sound of the nearby river just as it would have centuries ago. The forest presses in, but the open plazas hold their shape, and the pathways still lead somewhere. It is a place where the passage of time feels less like a straight line and more like a circle. The future of Taung depends on careful stewardship, balancing the needs of local communities, archaeological research, and visitors from around the world. Preservation is not just about protecting stones from erosion, it is about maintaining the cultural and spiritual context that gives the place meaning. The story of Taung is not frozen in the past. It continues, shaped by the choices of those who live in its shadow and those who come to see it. In the broader tapestry of world heritage, Taung stands as a testament to human ingenuity in harmony with a challenging environment. Its terraces are not monuments to conquest or domination, but to adaptation, community, and the shaping of a home in a place where the mountains meet the sky. The rediscovery of such a city is more than an archaeological triumph. It is a reawakening of connections across centuries. As the jungle reclaims and releases its secrets, Taung remains perched between two worlds, the remembered and the forgotten, the living and the ancient. And while the next story will take us far from these mist-wrapped terraces, the sense of wonder they inspire will linger long after the descent back down those stone steps. When the frozen earth finally gave way, what emerged was not a relic of stone or metal, but a face. Its fur, still soft despite tens of thousands of years buried beneath Siberia's permafrost, framed eyes that had never opened to daylight. Two small bodies lay there, curled as if in sleep, cubs of the cave lion, an apex predator that had vanished from the living world before the first cities were built. This was no partial skeleton or scattered tooth, but entire animals, their muscles, whiskers, and even the insides of their ears intact. In the long history of paleontology, moments like this are almost impossible, and yet here they were, waiting in the frozen ground. Their preservation was so complete that it became possible to study these Ice Age creatures not as distant ghosts, but as if they had died only yesterday. The cave lion, Panthera spelaea, was once among the most formidable hunters on Earth. Ranging across Europe, Asia, and North America during the Pleistocene epoch, they stood larger than modern African lions, with muscular frames and powerful jaws built for bringing down prey in harsh, open landscapes. Their likeness appears in ancient cave paintings from places like Chauvet in France, where artists captured them with careful detail. Their lack of manes, their broad heads, and the confident stance of a predator with no natural enemy but time. But while bones and artistic depictions told us something of their existence, so much about them remained unknowable. How thick was their fur? What did their cubs look like? How quickly did they grow? All of this was hidden until the frozen tundra decided to give up its hold. The first of the cubs was found in 2015 by a team of researchers in Yakutia, a vast region in northeastern Siberia, where winter temperatures can plunge to levels lethal to most life. A local hunter named Boris Berezhnev was searching for mammoth tusks along a remote riverbank when he noticed something unusual protruding from the ice-rich soil. At first, He thought it was a strange, pale-colored log. But the closer he looked, the more it became clear that this was the paw of an animal. And not just any animal. What he had stumbled upon was a cub so well preserved that its tiny claws still showed faint scratches, as though it had been playing before death overtook it. Scientists were astonished. They named the cub Uyan, meaning sleeping in the local language, and determined that it had died roughly 30,000 years ago. The cause of death was not immediately clear, but there were no signs of injury. Uyan had likely perished in a sudden event, possibly a landslide or a collapse of frozen ground, and was quickly sealed away from air and bacteria. The permafrost acted as a perfect time capsule, preventing decay for millennia. Just a year later, in 2017, lightning seemed to strike twice. Another cub emerged from the Siberian permafrost, this time in a slightly different area of Yakutia. The second specimen was named Dina, a name meaning strong in the same language. Dina was even more complete than Uyan, with preserved internal organs and traces of its last meals still detectable in the stomach. Analysis revealed something remarkable. These cubs were only a few weeks old when they died, their teeth just beginning to emerge from the gums. This alone was a breakthrough. Before their discovery, no one had ever seen a cave lion at such a young stage of life. The preservation went beyond skin and fur. Inside, researchers could study muscle fibers under microscopes, examine the structure of tiny blood vessels, and even attempt to extract DNA. Genetic analysis offered a clearer view of how closely cave lions were related to modern lions and tigers. They were not ancestors of today's lions, but a distinct species, adapted for the cold steppes of the Ice Age. Their thick fur and small, rounded ears would have helped conserve heat in bitter climates. Even their whiskers were perfectly preserved, revealing details about sensory adaptations that bones alone could never provide. The fur of the cubs surprised many. Rather than the tawny gold familiar from African lions, the coats were pale, almost silvery in places, and marked with faint spots, a camouflage pattern still seen in young lions today, but lost in adulthood. These spots may have helped cubs hide in snowy or grassy environments while adults hunted. That such subtle coloration had survived for tens of thousands of years was a testament to the freezing grip of the permafrost. Their discovery also revived long-standing debates about the extinction of the cave lion. These animals had once been among the most widespread predators on Earth, yet they disappeared roughly 10,000 years ago. Climate change at the end of the Ice Age undoubtedly altered their habitat, but evidence suggests that human expansion into their range may also have played a role. Ancient art shows humans both respecting and perhaps competing with them, and as large prey species declined, so too did the great predators. But while their end was final in the wild, Uyan and Dina were proof that traces of their world still lay hidden beneath the tundra. For the people of Yakutia, such finds are becoming increasingly common. As the planet warms, the permafrost thaws at an accelerating pace, revealing remains of mammoths, woolly rhinoceroses, and other Ice Age giants. This is both a scientific opportunity and an environmental warning. The same thawing that allowed the lion cubs to be found is also releasing ancient carbon and altering landscapes that have remained frozen since before recorded history. In that sense, the cubs are more than rare specimens. They are silent messengers from a world both familiar and lost. The research that followed their discovery was meticulous. Each cub was kept frozen and transported in carefully monitored conditions to prevent any degradation. Imaging scans allowed scientists to look inside without cutting, preserving the cubs for future technologies that might extract even more information. Samples of fur, skin, and muscle were taken in tiny amounts to study isotopes, revealing what their mothers might have eaten and the kinds of environments they inhabited. The cubs' whiskers, for example, contained chemical signatures from the mother's milk, offering a direct connection to the life of an Ice Age predator family. The possibility of cloning inevitably arose. With DNA so well preserved, could these animals be brought back? While headlines often leap to the idea of de-extinction, most scientists are cautious. Even the best preserved remains carry degraded genetic material, and reviving a species would require filling in many gaps with DNA from related animals. Yet, for some researchers, studying the cubs' DNA is not about bringing them back to life, but about understanding how they lived. adapted, and ultimately disappeared. In museums and laboratories, Uyan and Dina now rest in cold storage, their faces frozen in the same peace they held when discovered. Photographs of them are striking, tiny paws curled, ears tucked, eyes closed as if their next breath is just moments away. They are reminders that the past is never entirely gone. It waits, preserved in places we rarely think to look, holding stories no human has ever told. What makes their story so compelling is not simply the rarity of their preservation, but the intimate glimpse they give into a vanished world. Fossils can tell us much about species as a whole, but these cubs tell us about individuals. They had mothers who cared for them, dens where they felt warmth, and a life ahead of them that was cut short in an instant. In those details, the vast expanse of the Ice Age feels smaller, more personal. It is no longer just an era of glaciers and mammoths. It is a time when two cubs played, slept, and lived until fate intervened. For the scientists who worked on them, the cubs have become touchstones for understanding not only the biology of an extinct predator, but also the fragility of life in extreme environments. They are case studies in how sudden events, a fall of Earth, a shift in ice, can end a life but also preserve it beyond imagination. And they remind us that even the fiercest hunters begin life as vulnerable creatures dependent on the world around them. The discovery of Uyan and Dina was not a single moment but an unfolding process, each new test revealing something that deepened the story. From their fur's microscopic structure to the last meal in their bellies, each fact brought the Ice Age closer to us. The more we learned, the clearer it became that their preservation was a once-in-a-lifetime event, the kind of find that reshapes an entire field of study. They will never walk the snowy plains again, nor stalk the herds that once covered them, but in a way they have returned, not in flesh and blood, but in knowledge, their lives, frozen for millennia, now shared with the living world. As long as their story is told, they remain part of it. And somewhere, beneath the unbroken frost of another distant valley, there may be more such stories waiting, sealed in ice, patient as time. A block of limestone, no larger than a loaf of bread, once sat on a dusty shelf in a Johannesburg museum for decades. It was unremarkable to most who passed it, a fragment of rock among thousands. Yet when a sharp-eyed researcher finally examined its surface in detail, the faint outline of a fossilized face emerged from the stone, a face that did not belong to any living creature, but to a being that walked the earth millions of years ago. That single realization, seemingly small and almost accidental, would draw attention to a region that would transform our understanding of human origins. This was the beginning of the world's fascination with the area now called the cradle of humankind. The name is not poetic exaggeration. Located roughly 50 kilometers northwest of Johannesburg, South Africa, this expanse of rolling hills and grassland hides an extraordinary network of limestone caves, many of which have lain sealed for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years. Over time, the slow drip of mineral-rich water coated bones in calcite, preserving them in stone. When those bones were uncovered, they revealed a record of early hominin life unlike anything found elsewhere on Earth. The story of the cradle begins with miners in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. They were not looking for fossils, they were after lime, an essential ingredient for construction and agriculture. In their quest, they quarried vast amounts of rock from the hillsides, unknowingly exposing layers of fossil-bearing breccia. Some miners noticed bones embedded in the stone and occasionally passed them to local scientists. Most were discarded or destroyed, ground up in the lime kilns. It was an age when the deep past was considered the realm of curiosity rather than urgent scientific pursuit. One of the earliest and most significant finds came in 1924, when a young quarry worker in Taung, just outside the area later defined as the Cradle, sent a peculiar-looking rock to Professor Raymond Dart at the University of the Witwatersrand. Inside was the fossilized skull of a juvenile Australopithecus africanus, its face remarkably preserved and its brain case small yet distinctively human-like. Dart recognized it instantly as a bridge between apes and humans, a finding that challenged the prevailing theory that human evolution had centered in Europe or Asia. Though initially met with skepticism, the Taung child became a cornerstone in paleoanthropology, and attention began to turn to South Africa's caves. In the decades that followed, sites such as Sterkfontein, Swartkrans, and Kromdraai became central to this work. The names are now familiar to scientists worldwide, but at the time, they were simply outcrops of limestone dotted across farmland. It was at Sterkfontein in 1936 that students working with Robert Broom, a Scottish-born physician turned paleontologist, discovered the first adult Australopithecus africanus skull. The fossils were embedded in rock so hard they had to be extracted with hammers and chisels, each blow risking damage to specimens that had survived for over 2 million years. The work was painstaking. At times, a single fossil could take weeks to free from the surrounding stone. Yet, as each was revealed, a fuller picture of early hominin life emerged. Sterkfontein alone has yielded thousands of fossils, making it one of the richest hominin sites in the world. The finds span an extraordinary range of time, from over 3 million years ago to less than 1 million, covering key stages in the evolution of our genus. What makes the cradle so extraordinary is not only the age of its fossils, but the continuity of the record. In most parts of the world, evidence of human evolution is fragmentary, an isolated jawbone here, a handful of teeth there. In the cradle, whole skeletons have been found. One of the most remarkable is Littlefoot, a nearly complete Australopithecus skeleton discovered in the 1990s by Ronald Clark. It took more than 15 years to fully excavate from the dense breccia of Sterkfontein, its delicate bones still held in place by the sediment that had entombed them for over 3.5 million years. The discovery of Littlefoot was not a single dramatic moment, but a gradual realization. Clark had been sorting through boxes of fossil foot bones in a university storeroom when he recognized several fragments that matched. This led him back to the cave, where he and his team began the slow, methodical process of uncovering the rest of the skeleton. Layer by layer, they revealed an individual whose bones still lay in their original anatomical positions, as if the moment of death had been frozen in stone. Beyond Australopithecus, the cradle's caves have yielded evidence of early members of the genus Homo, including Homo naledi, a species announced to the world in 2015. The story of its discovery is striking in itself. A pair of recreational cavers exploring the Rising Star cave system stumbled upon a deep chamber strewn with bones. The passage leading to it was so narrow that only the smallest team members could fit through. Over the course of several expeditions, scientists recovered more than 15 individuals' remains, ranging from infants to the elderly. The chamber's isolation and the absence of other animal fossils led some researchers to suggest that Homo naledi may have deliberately placed their dead there, a behavior once thought unique to modern humans. The Rising Star discovery sparked intense debate. Homo naledi's brain was barely a third the size of ours, yet the possibility of symbolic or ritual behavior hinted at a complexity that defied old assumptions about the link between brain size and intelligence. Combined with its unexpectedly young age, possibly as recent as 250,000 years ago, it suggested that multiple hominin species, some quite different from ourselves, coexisted in southern Africa far longer than previously believed. Throughout the cradle, the variety of sites tells a layered story. Swartkrans preserves evidence of controlled fire use nearly 1 million years ago. Kromdraai yielded the first specimen of Paranthropus robustus, a stocky, large-jawed hominin adapted to a diet of tough vegetation. Drimmelen Cave revealed fossils of both Paranthropus and early Homo, showing that they lived side by side, perhaps competing for resources in the same landscape. These discoveries have not only reshaped scientific understanding, but have also transformed the physical landscape into one of the most significant heritage sites on Earth. In 1999, UNESCO declared the Cradle of Humankind a World Heritage Site, recognizing its unparalleled contribution to the study of human evolution. Today, a visitor can walk through the Marapeng Visitor Center, where interactive exhibits trace the story of life from its earliest forms to the present. Yet even as tourists marvel at reconstructed skulls and timelines, the real treasures remain in the caves, many still sealed, many still unexplored. The work in the cradle continues to evolve with technology. Where early researchers relied on picks and hammers, modern teams employ micro-CT scanning, 3D modeling, and chemical analysis to study fossils without damaging them. Dating methods have become more precise, allowing scientists to place discoveries within an increasingly detailed timeline. But the caves also guard their secrets fiercely. For every fossil brought to light, countless more lie hidden behind walls of stone, awaiting the right combination of curiosity, patience, and luck. In this way, the cradle is both a scientific site and a reminder of the limits of our knowledge. Its fossils tell us that human evolution was not a straight line from primitive to advanced, but a branching, complex process with many dead ends and unexpected turns. They remind us that our species is just one among many that have walked upright, used tools, and navigated social lives in landscapes long vanished. And perhaps most profoundly, the cradle forces us to consider time on a scale far beyond human experience. The bones found here are not from centuries past, nor even from the earliest civilizations, but from a world where no cities existed, no writing, no agriculture, only scattered bands of hominins finding ways to survive in a changing climate. The limestone that holds their remains has been forming for millions of years, preserving their stories until we were ready to find them. As the sun sets over the grasslands, the hills above the caves appear unremarkable, dotted with acacia trees and grazing cattle. Yet beneath their slopes lies the most complete record we have of our deep ancestry. It is a place where accidents, a block of limestone in a museum, a recreational caver squeezing through a narrow passage, can change everything we thought we knew about ourselves. Few people expect that one of the most impressive defensive structures in human history lies far from the famous landmarks that dominate school textbooks. Stretching across the northeastern edge of Iran, almost hidden beneath centuries of shifting soil and overgrown land, lies a vast red brick fortification that once stood as a testament to military ambition and strategic genius. Today it is known as the Great Wall of Gorgon, but for centuries it remained unknown to much of the outside world, its scale and purpose forgotten. When archaeologists first began to trace its path, they discovered a construction so long, so precisely engineered, and so well supplied that it rivaled the most famous walls ever built. The wall's discovery in the modern era was not a sudden moment of dramatic unveiling. Rather, it was the slow recognition of something extraordinary hiding in plain sight. Farmers in the region had long been aware of odd, linear ridges crossing the landscape, sometimes visible as faint undulations in the earth, sometimes breaking into sharp embankments where erosion had cut through. To them, these features were simply part of the land, unremarkable in their familiarity. But when aerial surveys and satellite images became available, a startling pattern emerged. The ridges were not random. They were part of a continuous barrier stretching over 195 kilometers, linking a chain of fortresses in an unbroken defensive line. Built primarily from fired red bricks, the wall would have shone with a distinctive hue when new, standing out against the green plains and distant mountains. Archaeological work revealed that it was more than just a wall. It was an integrated military system. Along its length, over 30 fortresses had been positioned, each spaced at regular intervals to allow for quick communication and coordinated defense. Inside these fortresses, barracks, storage facilities, and command centers would have kept soldiers ready for action. The scale suggested an organized state with both the manpower and resources to maintain a continuous military presence over vast distances. The question of who built it drew researchers deep into the history of the region. While the wall's exact origins remain debated, evidence points strongly toward the Parthian Empire or its successor, the Sasanian Empire. Either way, it likely predates the Great Wall of China's most famous Ming Dynasty sections, making it one of the largest and earliest such constructions in history. This was not an isolated project born of a sudden crisis. It was part of a sustained policy of securing the empire's vulnerable northern frontier from the nomadic peoples who roamed the steppes. The region's geography played a vital role in the wall's design. The Gorgon Plain lies between the Caspian Sea to the west and the mountains to the east, a natural corridor for movement between the Central Asian steppes and the settled lands to the south. Whoever controlled this passage controlled the flow of trade, migration, and invasion. By anchoring one end of the wall near the sea and stretching the other toward the highlands, the builders created a barrier that could only be crossed at immense risk. Archaeological excavations uncovered a vast network of canals running parallel to the wall. These were not ornamental, they were a critical supply line. The soldiers stationed along the wall required a constant source of fresh water, not only for drinking but also for the horses that would have been essential to patrol and communication duties. In some places, the canals appear to have been part of a broader irrigation system, hinting that the wall's construction may have been intertwined with agricultural development in the region. By sustaining both military and civilian life, the wall became more than a line of defense. It was an artery of empire. The bricks themselves tell their own story. Uniform in size and composition, they reveal a highly organized production system. Kilns have been found near the wall's root, suggesting that materials were sourced and fired locally to speed construction. The sheer number of bricks required is staggering, likely in the hundreds of millions, pointing to a massive labor force under tight administrative control. This was not a defensive measure thrown together in haste. It was a monumental undertaking that must have taken years, if not decades, to complete. One of the most striking aspects of the Great Wall of Gorgon is how little it appears in ancient written sources. For a structure of such magnitude, one might expect detailed accounts in royal inscriptions or chronicles. Yet, references are sparse, and many historical records that might have mentioned it have been lost. This absence has left room for speculation. Some historians believe that because the wall served its purpose so effectively, it simply faded into the background of daily life, an unremarkable fact to those who lived in its shadow. Others suggest that the wall's builders deliberately avoided publicizing its existence widely, treating it as a strategic secret. Over time, the wall's military role diminished. Changing political boundaries, shifting trade routes, and the collapse of the empires that had built and maintained it led to its gradual abandonment. Without upkeep, the bricks crumbled, and the once clear line of defense became an indistinct feature of the landscape. By the time modern researchers arrived, entire stretches had vanished beneath farmland, while others had been dismantled by locals seeking building materials. It was only through the combination of satellite technology, field surveys, and excavation that the full picture came into view. The work of piecing together its history has been painstaking. Archaeologists must contend with the challenges of dating different sections, understanding the wall's strategic role in various periods, and reconstructing the social and economic systems that supported it. Each fragment of pottery, each buried foundation stone, adds another piece to the puzzle. For the people who lived along it, the wall must have been a constant presence. To some, it would have offered security, the reassurance that enemy raids could be stopped before they reached their homes. To others, it might have symbolized the empire's reach and authority, a reminder that they lived under the protection and control of a powerful state. Soldiers stationed there would have lived in cycles of routine punctuated by moments of high tension, scanning the horizon for signs of movement, ready to respond at a moment's notice. The wall also invites comparison with other monumental defenses. Like Hadrian's Wall in Britain or the Great Wall of China, it reflects the universal challenge of defending settled lands from mobile, determined adversaries. Yet the Great Wall of Gorgon is unique in its sheer length and the integration of water infrastructure, fortresses, and supply lines. Its very existence challenges assumptions about the technological and organizational capabilities of ancient states in this part of the world. Today, efforts are underway to protect what remains of the wall. Excavated sections reveal the neat lines of red brickwork, their color still visible despite centuries of exposure. Conservationists face a delicate task, balancing the need to preserve these remnants with the demands of modern development in the region. For now, much of the wall lies in relative obscurity, visited mostly by researchers and local residents. But its story is slowly reaching a wider audience, reshaping how we understand the ancient world's interconnectedness. The Great Wall of Gorgon stands as a reminder that history is not just the story of what is remembered, but also of what is rediscovered. Its rediscovery challenges the idea that monumental engineering was the sole domain of a few well-known civilizations. Here, In the plains of northeastern Iran, an empire demonstrated that it too could command the resources, knowledge, and vision to reshape its landscape on a grand scale. Its bricks, fortresses, and canals speak of a time when this frontier was a critical line between two worlds, one settled and agricultural, the other mobile and nomadic. The wall did not simply divide them, it shaped their interactions, influencing trade, diplomacy, and conflict for generations. Even in ruin, it carries the weight of that legacy, a red line across the earth that once defined the fate of empires. The discovery of this vast structure has given historians a new lens through which to view the ancient Near East, revealing levels of complexity and ambition that had been overlooked. It reminds us that there are still places where the earth itself holds the memory of human achievement, waiting for the patient work of uncovering and understanding. While much about the Great Wall of Gorgon remains uncertain, what is clear is that it was built with purpose, maintained with discipline, and abandoned only when the world that had created it could no longer sustain it. Its long silence was broken not by a single dramatic find, but by the quiet accumulation of knowledge, a fitting end for a wall that once defined the boundary between two very different ways of life. Even now, as the sun sets over the Gorgon plain and the outlines of the wall fade into the dusk, it is easy to imagine the watchfires that once burned along its length, marking a living frontier. Those fires are gone, but the line they traced across the land endures, a testament to the ambition and skill of those who built it, and to the enduring truth that history's greatest achievements are not always the ones we expect. Thank you for joining me on this journey through some of the most fascinating and unexpected discoveries our world has ever revealed. Each story reminds us that the past still holds secrets, waiting patiently for someone to notice them. If you enjoyed exploring these moments in history and want to uncover more in the future, make sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next chapter. There is always more to find, more to learn, and more to imagine, and together we'll keep bringing those stories to life.